Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the November 16th meeting of the City of Clovis Planning Commission. Members of the public are encouraged to participate in meetings by accessing the webcast on the city's website. There's some feedback back there. We're good? Okay. Providing written comment at the same website, participating by phone, or attending the Planning Commission meeting in person. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Commissioner Betstead will be leading us in the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Commission Secretary, if you could call for the roll.
Commissioner Bedstead?
Here.
Commissioner Hatcher?
Here.
Commissioner Hebert?
Here.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Here.
And Chair Antuna.
Here. This time we'll open for a motion to approve the minutes for the October 26, 2023 Planning Commission meeting.
I will make a motion to approve. I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bedstead and a second by Commissioner Hebert to adopt the minutes from the October 26th Planning Commission meeting. Commissioner Bedstead?
Yes.
Commissioner Hebert?
Yes.
Commissioner Hatcher?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yes.
Chair Antuna.
Yes. Commission Secretary, do we have any comments?
Yes, we do. There was distributed in the packets a list of projected Planning Commission dates for 2024. That's our standard calendar, including modifications to account for the holidays and rodeo week. If you see any dates that conflict, please let us know at your earliest convenience, or if we just missed something, that's always possible. Just give us a heads up. Otherwise, you can put those dates in your calendar for 2024.
Thank you. Do we have any Planning Commissioner members who would like to comment?
Yes, I'd like to. Is it possible some of these documents are available to the public 30 days out there? Is it possible to get some of those documents to us before the other ones so we have time to really go through them and absorb them?
Absolutely. They are publicly available. We'll make sure that you get a notice of their availability.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. At this time, the Planning Commission will now take business from the floor. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the Planning Commission on any matter within the Planning Commission jurisdiction that is not listed on the agenda. If you would like to speak, step to the podium there and state your name and address for the record. In order for everyone to be heard, please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less than 10 minutes per topic. Anyone wishing to be placed on the agenda for a specific topic should contact the Planning Division and submit your correspondence at least 10 days prior to the desired date of the appearance. Do we have any comments from the floor? Do we have any online?
We do not.
Very well. We'll bring it back now, and now we will open for the public hearing. Consider items associated with approximately 77 acres of land located at the northeast corner of Shepherd and North Sunnyside Avenues. Great Big Land LP, owner, applicant, Arbor Associates representative. Item A, consider approval for a resolution of the City of Clovis Planning Commission recommending that the City Council, 1, clarify final project environmental impact report for the Shepherd North project, 2, adopt CEQA findings of fact and statement of overriding consideration, and 3, adopt a mitigating, monitoring, and reporting program. Item B, consider approval Resolution 23 GPA 2021-006, a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a request to amend the circulation element of the general plan to allow for the placement of Shepherd Avenue access point on the north side of Shepherd Avenue between North Sunnyside and North Fowler Avenues. Item C, consider approval, Resolution 23 GPA 2021-005, a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a request to amend the land use element of the general plan for the development area, approximately 77 acres, from the rural residential land use designation to medium high-density residential land use designation. Item D, consider approval Resolution 23 R 2021-009, a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a request to pre-zone property within the development area, approximately 77 acres, of the project site from the Fresno County AL 20 zone district to the Clovis R-1-PRD zone district. Item E, consider approval Resolution 23 TM 6205, a request to approve a vesting tentative tract map for a 605 lot single-family planned residential development, subject to the City Council's approval of the annexation and sphere of influence expansion. Item F, consider approval Resolution 23 PDP 2021-004, a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a request to approve the planning development permit for 605 lot single-family residential development. Staff member George Gonzalez, Senior Planner, presenting.
Thank you, Chair. Eric, do you mind bringing up the PowerPoint presentation, please? Thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. Good evening. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to mention for the record that the Planning Commission this evening received a revised resolution for the proposed tentative tract map. To be consistent with our procedures with plan development permits, the resolution reflects that the Planning Commission this evening, if the Commission chooses to, is recommending that the City Council approve the tract map, as the City Council will be the decision-making body for the tract map, just as the other 4 entitlements being considered this evening. And there's a copy of it at the table in the lobby for the public to see. I would like to point out just 2 staff members that will be discussing this evening the project with the Commission and answering questions as they come up. One is Sean Smith, who is sitting to my right, a supervising civil engineer. Sean will be is available to answer questions from the Commission related to traffic and potential impacts associated with that. Also online, we have Steve McMurtry, who is with De Novo Planning Group. He is our environmental impact report consultant and will be able to answer any questions that the Commission may have related to the CEQA document for this project. This evening, I will be covering a number of topics, including discussing the additional correspondence that the Commission has received post the publication of the staff report for this evening. I will be describing the project area and the vicinity of the area as well. I will be providing a brief history of the proposed project as it relates to the sphere of influence expansion and proposed annexation. I will be discussing the proposed residential project this evening, along with the proposed development standards and the EIR associated with the project. I will also be discussing the planning entitlements being considered this evening by the Planning Commission. Furthermore, I'll be discussing the proposed sphere of influence expansion and annexation. And briefly be discussing some of the project opposition and concerns involving the tract map this evening.
And finally, I'll be making staff recommendations for the Planning Commission to consider. For the record, staff would like to mention that the Planning Commission this morning received a memo with 5 comment letters. Since then, staff has received an additional 4 comment letters. So staff updated the memo to the Planning Commission with the total of 9 comment letters, and they're also we provided copies at the table outside at the lobby for anyone to review as well. It's important to note that these, per our municipal code, all of 9 comment letters are considered late per our municipal code. Based on that, the code gives the discretion to the Planning Commission in your purview whether or not you want to consider those this evening. It is staff's professional opinion that there's enough evidence on the record for the Commission this evening to take action on the project, either for it or against it. The 9 comments received for this project today one was from Marcus and Amy DiBudio, opposing the project and associated EIR. The second comment letter was from Leo and Todd Wilson, requesting support of the project. The third, it was from Quail Run Community, opposing the project and associated EIR. A fourth letter of opposition from Remy Moose Manley, opposing the project and associated EIR. We also received a letter from Dean and Valerie Urig, opposing the project and associated EIR. Another opposition letter from Lewis Smith for the project and associated EIR. Also, Patrick Quingley providing opposition to the project and associated EIR. Staff received a letter from Fresno Irrigation District providing comments associated with the project and EIR. And finally, we received correspondence from Jared Callister opposing the project and associated EIR. Now we'll be discussing briefly just the vicinity area associated with the project. So identified on the screen in red is the proposed tentative track map before you this evening. The project is surrounded by primarily rural residential properties to the north and to the east, with single-family residential developments occurring right now to the west, which is Lennar's 6200 track map. To the south of the project site, we do have some single-family residential developments and 4 rural residential properties on the south side of Shepherd Avenue. And for reference as well, just to the south of the project, this area identified on the screen is our Dry Creek Reserve area. And to the northwest is the Heritage Grove growth area. Staff felt that in order to provide a well understanding of the project for the Commission, it was prudent and crucial to provide a brief history as to the when the project began, the events that occurred in between, and how we got here today. So the project began in June of 2016 when staff received a request from the applicant for the allowance to urbanize the subject property. In June and September of 2018, the council directed staff to continue exploring the feasibility feasibility of expanding the SOI into this area. It's important to note that no formal direction was given from the City Council to proceed. Fast forward to March and April of 2020, the Council did direct staff to prepare the environmental studies associated with the project, and subsequently after that, the project was placed on hold due to economic uncertainties and the COVID-19 pandemic. In July of that year through August, staff was able to release the request for proposal for the preparation of the environmental impact report. The SOI expanded area was also expanded to include an additional 750 acres by the applicant. In September through November of 2020, the Council directed staff to amend the SOI and conduct a neighborhood meeting. In March to October of 2021, the Council approved a request for the de novo contract for the preparation of the environmental impact report. Staff entered into that contract with de novo that year, and towards the end of that year, the applicant did request the SOI boundaries to be reduced to what is being proposed today, which is 155 acres approximately. In November of 2021, the Council approved the reduction of the SOI boundaries and also authorized and allowed staff to submit formal application to the local agency formation commission to begin the preparation of necessary supporting documents for the SOI expansion. And the map here before you shows the proposed larger boundary of the SOI expansion identified in red, which had a boundary of Beeheimer to the north, Sunnyside to the west, Shepherd Avenue to the south, and the Dry Creek Reservoir to the east, but eventually was brought down to what is being proposed now, which is identified in yellow, which is Perrin bordering to the north, Fowler to the east, Shepherd to the south, and Sunnyside to the west. Now I would discuss the proposed residential development along with the proposed development standards associated with it and the environmental impact report. The applicant is proposing this evening for your consideration 605 lots single-family residential development. The project is proposed to be accessed through two main entries. One entry along Shepherd Avenue frontage. The second entry point is proposed to be along North Sunnyside Avenue at the roundabout. It's important to indicate for the Commission that a general plan amendment is required to allow for the Shepherd Avenue access. If the Shepherd access is not approved, the project will need to be redesigned. The vehicle access points will allow residents within this project to enter and exit the planned residential development from Shepherd Avenue, from Shepherd Avenue at this location, and also from the roundabout on Sunnyside. It's also important to indicate that the project is also proposing a gated entry along the northern border of the development adjacent to Perrin Road for emergency vehicles and an exit only for residents. And it's important to note that the exit only requirement is coming also from our Clovis Fire Department as they seek to have the gate utilized more frequently rather than having them not used and in case of an emergency not being able to access the community. The project is proposing to include 37-foot wide private streets with no sidewalks within the 3 gated communities. And the 3 gated communities are shown on the screen in red. 2 of the gated communities are located adjacent to Shepherd Avenue, while the third one is on the northern half of the project. For the non-gated portion of the project, 40-foot wide public streets with city standard sidewalks are proposed, and that's identified in blue on the screen, which vehicles will be able to access from Shepherd and go through the development and exit out to the roundabout on Sunnyside. The project is proposing specific development standards and home products. The applicant is requesting approval for 3 specific home products, including the Cetria home product, the Elevations home product, and the Regent home product. Each of those products will have their own models and optional exterior elevations for potential buyers. The lot sizes will range from just under 2,000 square feet to just under 16,000 square feet. The average lot size within this development will be just over 3,300 square feet. In regards to the proposed amenities with this project, our municipal code pertaining to plan development permits does provide for flexibility in development standards as a mechanism to accommodate unique projects that would not otherwise comply with strict adherence to typical development standards. As part of that request, planned residential developments are required to provide a program of public amenities commensurate to the deviations being requested. So therefore, for the proposed reductions and setbacks, lot coverage, and garage sizes, the applicant is proposing a combination of in-project amenities that are targeted towards homeowners and off-site amenities that will provide a general public benefit. And I will briefly discuss what they are as well. So what are the in-project amenities? So the project, the applicant here is proposing 2 community areas, and they're identified here on the screen, one on the west side in the first gated community, and the second one on the second gated community, which will include recreational building and community pool. Also, on the northern gated community, it will have a paseo along the northernmost gated development on the west side, and also embellished landscaping along the interior and internal streets. In regards to off-site amenities, the applicant will be contributing a dollar amount of $150,000 to the city to be utilized for future open space and or park improvements in areas of the community that have a need. Now, it's important to know that after consultation with the engineering division and public utility staff, the following projects I'm about to outline were identified as potential examples of improvements that can be funded through this contribution from the development. But again, I want to emphasize that these are examples only. One is the restoration of the San Gabriel restroom facility within the San Gabriel Park at the southeast corner of Willow and San Gabriel Avenues within our Helm Ranch community area in our southwest area of town. The second possibility is the construction of a community trail along the Gould Canal in our southern portion of the city. And the third possibility will be the installation of a playground equipment along with a shade structure in a existing park where it's needed. Along with, in addition to the in-project amenities and off-site amenities I just mentioned, the project will include open space and trails that fall under the category as community benefit facilities. Amenities provided in conjunction with the planned development permit are at the applicant's cost, while community benefit facilities are eligible for reimbursement based on the existing fee program. And here on the screen, I want to point out that the project is proposing a neighborhood park in the center of the project, adjacent to Heirloom Avenue, a trail on the north side of Heirloom connecting to the roundabout at Sunnyside, and eventually, potentially, are able to lead folks to the trail down to Shepherd Avenue, which may continue on to the Enterprise Canal Trail or the trailhead facility there at the southeast corner of Shepherd and Sunnyside. And also, a critical component of the project will be that the project is proposing to provide a community trail on the north side of the project, on the north side of Shepherd. Now, there's going to be a trail on the south side of Shepherd, but I will discuss that down later in my presentation. But for now, I want to focus on the proposed community trail on the north side of Shepherd that will connect the community paseo system from Sunnyside to east to Fowler Avenue, which will allow folks to connect to the existing neighborhood commercial center at the southeast corner of Shepherd and Fowler, or again, as mentioned previously, the trailhead facility there at the corner of Sunnyside and Shepherd. And also a critical component of this is, along with the trail in Shepherd, there's a trail being proposed on Fordham Avenue connecting north to the proposed neighborhood park. And the neighborhood park will have features such as play structures, benches, seating areas, and open space as well. And this project is unique in terms of the thematic elements potentially for this project. The project will be able to design its own unique thematic elements for the entire project. Typically, when we process, we do have certain design features in our Loma Vista area and Heritage Grove, but since the project is outside the boundaries of the Heritage Grove Urban Center, it is not required to adhere to the design standards outlined in the Heritage Grove design guidelines. However, the staff is encouraging the applicant to design the thematic elements to complement and cohesively link the established themes of the residential neighborhood to the west, which is the Lennar development, and also the Dry Creek Trailhead. In regards to sewer and water impacts, the project's impacts to water and sewer facilities were analyzed during the CEQA review. Provost and Pritchard, who is the city's water system consultant, provided a summary of water system impacts and concluded that the city has capacity to serve and that infrastructure can accommodate the project upon completion of the recommended connections. Furthermore, the city engineer completed a sewer analysis and concluded that the city has capacity to accommodate the project. It is also important to know that the project lies outside of the Fresno Irrigation District boundary. Therefore, it is not eligible to utilize entitled surface water from the Kings River. To help address the water impacts associated with projects outside of the FID boundary, the city adopted a water supply fee to provide a mechanism for developing properties to pay their share of the cost for the city to acquire that additional water. This project will pay fees to acquire water supplies necessary for the project demands. Now I would discuss the proposed entitlements before the Commission this evening, being requested in order to accomplish the proposed project. There are a total of 5 entitlements being considered before the Commission this evening. The first one being GPA 2021-006, which is amending the circulation element of the general plan to allow for the Shepherd Avenue access point. This is important because Shepherd Avenue is designated as an expressway from Clovis Avenue out to State Route 168 next to Harlan Ranch. Expressways are limited access streets designed to carry regional traffic. Access points are generally limited to half-mile points, which are major streets. The second entitlement is GPA 2021-005, amending the general plan land use element for the development area only, which is approximately 77 acres. From the rural residential land use designation to the medium-high density land use designation. The third entitlement for the Commission to consider this evening is pre-zone 2021-009. This is to pre-zone the development area only, the project site, from the Fresno County AL20 zone district to the Clovis R1 PRD zone district. The fourth entitlement for consideration this evening is Tract Map 6205, which is a 605-lot single-family planned residential development, which will be also subject to the Council's approval of the annexation and SOI expansion. And finally, the planned development permit 2021-004, which is a planned development permit for the 605-lot single-family development. It is important to mention for the record that staff recommends the amendment to the land use element as a package in conjunction with the pre-zone, tract map, and PDP applications that I just described, which will establish the project-specific development standards and design components of the project. In regards to neighborhood meeting, per city policy, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting on Wednesday, August 30th of this year at the Clovis Memorial District. Approximately 26 residents attended the meeting, along with the project team and city staff. Generally, the residents expressed concerns with the proposed project and asked questions pertaining to, but not limited to, the project design, CEQA, traffic, noise, groundwater, product, agricultural land, and water. The neighborhood comments received that evening primarily repeated comments made in response to the project's EIR. The final EIR provided a response to all of the comments received by the city. In regards to the California Environmental Quality Act, the city determined that the proposed project required the preparation of a environmental impact report. The draft EIR was completed in July of this year and made available to the public for review by the affected agencies and the public between July 21st and September 5th of this year. The city received, as mentioned, a total of 24 comment letters on the draft EIR from public agencies, including Caltrans, Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District, and and property owners. The comment letters, as well as the required responses to those to each comment are included in the final EIR. The final EIR for the proposed project has been prepared in accordance with state CEQA guidelines. The state CEQA guidelines section 1513.2 requires that the final EIR consist of the following: the draft EIR or a revised or revision of the draft, comments and recommendations received on the draft EIR either verbatim or in summary, a list of persons, organizations, or public agencies commenting on the draft EIR, the responses of the lead agency to significant environmental concerns raised in the review and consultation process, and finally, any other information added by the city. The city circulated a notice of preparation for the EIR for the proposed project on May 6th of 2022 to the state clearinghouse, state responsible agencies, state trustee agencies, other public agencies, organizations, and interested persons. A public scoping meeting was held on May 25th of the same year, 2022, to present the project description to the public and interested agencies and to receive comments from the public and interested agencies regarding the scope of the environmental analysis included in the draft EIR. Concerns raised in response to the NOP were considered during the preparation of the draft EIR. It is important to indicate, too, that the city published a public notice of availability for the draft EIR on July 21st of this year, inviting comments from the general public, agency, organizations, and other interested parties. The NOA was filed with the State Clearinghouse and the county clerk and published with the Business Journal, pursuant to public noticing requirements under CEQA. And it's important to mention that the draft EIR was available for public review and comment from July 21st of this year through September 5th of this year. In accordance with CEQA guidelines, guideline section 15088, the final EIR responds to the written comments received on the draft EIR as required by CEQA. The final EIR also contains minor edits to the draft EIR. This document, as well as the draft EIR as amended herein, constitute the final EIR. The project EIR determined the most potential impacts associated with the proposed project, or determined, that the most potential impacts associated with the proposed project were less than significant. However, the analysis identified the implementation of the proposed project will result in VMT metrics that are greater than the applicable thresholds, despite the application of feasible mitigation measures, resulting in a significant and unavoidable impacts. Mitigation measures are outlined in a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The identification of significant and unavoidable impacts does not mean that the project cannot be approved. The council will consider the adoption of a statement of overriding consideration in conjunction with its consideration of the project. A statement of overriding consideration is a determination that specific economic, legal, social, technological, or other benefits of a proposed project outweigh the unavoidable adverse environmental effects, allowing the adverse environmental effects to be considered acceptable. And here I want to point out that as a result of the responses to the comments received, the 24 comments, the final EIR, along with specific comments provided, also drafted and provided 19 master responses. And these responses covered the following: water quality, storm drain flooding, groundwater, surface water supply, infiltration, natural recharge, groundwater extraction, access, traffic generation and traffic volume, pedestrian and cyclist traffic, flooding, traffic calming improvements, safety for children playing, and fire gate. Traffic on Stanford, Perrin, Ticonderoga, and Fowler. Annexation, SOI expansion, and the provision of city services. They also cover neighborhood meeting, parks, and green space. Noise, aesthetics, and lighting. And finally, air quality, greenhouse gas, and energy. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to our CEQA consultant, Steve McMurtry, and see if he wants to provide any additional comments. Steve?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Steve McMurtry. I'm a planning group. Our company, as George said, was hired by the city of Clovis as an independent third-party CEQA expert to evaluate the North Shepherd project relative to the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. And George did a really good job of laying out the process that was undertaken over the past approximately year and a half, following the procedures outlined within the California Environmental Quality Act, and then leading up to the final EIR. There's a couple of things that I just wanted to add just a little bit more detail. Within the draft EIR, there was, as George mentioned, there's a requirement for a statement of overriding considerations for certain impacts that were identified that are unmitigatable. There's really just two impacts that were identified that are unmitigatable. They follow the same general topic. One is under a project scenario, one is under a cumulative scenario. And that is the VMT, vehicle miles traveled, increases are greater than a threshold that has been established by the city in a traffic impact guidelines. So that is under the project and also the cumulative. It's notable, though, that as the traffic analysis was being developed and information was becoming available to the city, that there would be a significant unavoidable impact. The project developer did include design measures that functionally are intended to mitigate, to the extent feasible, impacts relative to vehicle miles traveled. In a scenario where you have a residential project, for the most part on the outskirts of a city and more distant to goods and services, commercial places and jobs of employment, you tend to have significant unavoidable vehicle miles traveled because the traffic model assumes that they have a greater trip distance to travel from their neighborhood to their location of work or a place where they're going to purchase. So it's something that is unmitigatable. There's design features that have been incorporated into the project to try to reduce the impact to the extent feasible, but there's nothing that can reduce it to the thresholds that are established within the TIA guidelines. I'll also note that George noted that there's several potential impacts that were identified within the EIR that could be mitigated. Those topics were biological resources, cultural resources, paleontological resources, hazards associated with existing wells that need to be abandoned, hazards associated with soils, and then also noise and operational and construction noise. What we found was that there was a potential for impacts associated with these topics. We developed a series of mitigation measures. There's 10 mitigation measures that have been incorporated and become a condition of the project. And those mitigations, when implemented, would be able to reduce the potential impact associated with those topics to an insignificant level. I'll also add that the project and the environmental impact report requires an analysis of alternatives. And so early on in the process, even before the NOP was prepared in a scoping document disseminated to the public, the city and environmental consulting team looked at alternatives that are potential and alternatives that should be analyzed within the EIR. There were 4 alternatives that were developed that were deemed to be feasible alternatives that could be analyzed within the EIR, that should be analyzed within the EIR to see whether they reduced impacts and ultimately if they did meet all the project objectives. There was an alternative location requirement under CEQA that was evaluated, and some of the criteria for determining whether or not there is a feasible alternative for evaluation in the EIR is we defined it as needing to already be within the sphere of influence because the project was a sphere of influence expansion. It didn't make sense to look at other areas where you would expand the sphere of influence. Rather, we would look within the sphere of influence for a site that was approximately the same size, that could provide approximately the same number of units as the proposed project, and it needed to be a project that was not already approved or pending. There are other projects that are approved or pending that provide housing stock for the city, but those were not projects or sites that would meet the characteristics that we were looking for an alternative location. So we deemed early in the process after that evaluation that there was not an alternative location that could be evaluated feasibly within the environmental impact report. What we ultimately came up with was 4 alternatives to be analyzed within the EIR. The first was a no project alternative, and this is a mandate by the California Environmental Quality Act. It's essentially a no build alternative. The next is an increased density mixed use alternative, a reduced density alternative, and a reduced sphere of influence alternative. When we evaluated the 4 alternatives relative to the proposed project, what we found was that the no project alternative was the environmentally superior alternative. We found that it reduced the most number of environmental impacts relative to the proposed project. However, under CEQA, there is a requirement anytime that the no project alternative is deemed the environmentally superior, you need to look for a second best alternative relative to the proposed project to find the environmentally superior alternative. And what we found was that the reduced density alternative was the second best and was deemed the environmentally superior alternative. We did further analysis on that alternative to see how whether it was feasible and whether it met the project objectives. What that project did was it reduced the number of units from 605 to 150 units, which was a reduction of 455 units. The result of that was some reduced traffic, reduced noise, reduced water demand, a variety of impacts that were reduced. But what we found was that it was not consistent with the objectives that were laid out for the project. Number one, it was not consistent with a document that's been developed regionally within Fresno County, a landscape of choice, which is a document that encourages compact growth to residential areas to try to be as efficient with the land base to provide the housing stock to meet the demand within the region. It also did not help with meeting the RHNA number, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment. There's a certain amount of housing stock that the city of Clovis is required to provide per state mandates, and reducing the number of units that could be achieved on this site by 455 units, we felt was not in alignment with the objectives of the project. And so ultimately we deemed the environmentally superior alternative as not a feasible alternative. So that was on the draft EIR. I wanted to comment real quick on the final EIR too. After the public review process concluded, and I wanted to note too that, as George noted, July 21st, 2023, the NOA, the Notice of Availability, was released to the public, providing the draft EIR out for a 45-day public review period. The city did extend the public review period to September 5th to account for a holiday and to accept additional comments that were coming in. Additionally, they accepted comments as late as September 6th beyond the extension date. They wanted to make sure that they accepted and considered all comments that were provided by the citizen group. As George said, there was 24 comments that were provided. We did a thoughtful examination of every comment. We broke down the comments by the individual comments, labeled them by comment letter and comment number. There's hundreds of pages of comments and responses provided within the final EIR. In some cases, some of the comments that were brought up required errata changes, which are essentially edits, textual edits to the draft EIR text. And these were done, we found, to correct, to clarify, to amplify the discussion that was already provided within the draft EIR. But we didn't find that there was anything that was new information of any substantial importance that warranted, under the California Environmental Quality Act, any need for a recirculation of the draft EIR. Instead, we documented those changes within the RATA document, section 3.0 of the final EIR. So all of the comments were responded to. What we found was that there was a general theme amongst many comments that followed the same theme. So topics of water, topics of traffic, and instead of being very redundant and duplicative in our response, what we decided the best approach would be to, and it's very common within a final EIR, is to prepare a master response, which does a more comprehensive discussion and response on a certain topic. And in some cases, it might go beyond what an individual comment was actually asking for, because it addresses some of the more specific comments of a different comment. But it's a very comprehensive response, and it's intended to inform commenters and sometimes clarify certain questions or comments that they might have. The final EIR was finalized and ultimately released for review leading up to the Planning Commission date on November 3rd. Since that time, George had mentioned that there were several additional comments that have come in. These late comments, we would like to have an opportunity to provide a written formal response and enter that into the record prior to City Council. Based on the timing of these comments, some of them coming in as late as today, some late last night, it just wasn't practical to provide a really detailed, thorough written response. What I can say is that we did do a detailed, thorough review of all of the comments. And what we found is that the information that's provided within the draft EIR and the responses that are provided within the final EIR, they do address the concerns, and they adequately address the concerns of all the environmental topics mandated to be discussed under the California Environmental Quality Act. We didn't see anything that warranted any kind of a recirculation or new analysis that needed to be provided. So we are confident that a formal written response should be prepared and entered into the record to address all of these important comments that have come in over the last couple of days. But again, we don't think that there's anything that would require any kind of a recirculation based on those late comments that were received. With that said, I'll hand it back to George, and I'll make myself available to any questions or comments that anybody might have.
Thank you, Steve.
At this time, do we have any comments from the commission who want to address staff?
I just have one question. Can you show the Shepherd roadway and what it's proposed to be with the access point? So today, obviously, Shepherd's 2-lane. There's quite a curve there. I think one of your illustrations showed maybe what that future state looks like, but I guess maybe for Sean, I want to see and understand that a little bit more. I
can describe it a little bit while George is finding it. This project will finish Shepherd curb to curb. It'll be a 4-lane divided road with a median, so 2 lanes eastbound, 2 lanes westbound. The general plan amendment, if approved, would allow what was not allowed through the current general plan, but would have been access to Shepherd there roughly midway, and it would allow a right in and right out. And in conjunction with that, we are going to be considering a left in for eastbound Shepherd. Going to be on the curb 2, Commissioner, that said would be on the north side would be a trail with landscaping, and on the south side would also be a trail and some landscaping, all the way from Sunnyside to Fowler.
Okay. So when I'm looking at this illustration here where we see the bend kind of heading north, we're still planning for some sort of curvature there in Shepherd to be able to connect those up between Fowler and Sunnyside?
What you're seeing right there is some of the existing right-of-way. That's not what the road's going to look like. The plan line for this, Shepherd's got a dangerous curve in it. That's been troublesome over the years. And some of the poles have already been removed, but the plan is that we are going to soften that curve, lengthen that curve, and make it safer for the speeds that we are anticipating Shepherd to accommodate.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to visualize what curve, if any, is where this proposed access point is.
Where it is on the curve?
Or is there a curve?
There is a curve, yeah. That kind of north line there, Shepherd, I don't know if you can highlight it very easily, George. That gives you an approximation of how gentle that curve's going to be. The line's just underneath it, roughly outline what Shepherd looks like today, drastically different. There's that sharp bend that's going to be eliminated.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just to make it clearer for those, there is going to be only a right turn out of the development onto Shepherd.
That is correct.
And there's plans for Clovis Transit to make routes into that area in the future. And by the time this development is built out, Clovis should have addressed all of that, I'm assuming.
That is in the works. It is typical of all major intersections that we accommodate for a bus stop at those traffic signals. This will do the same.
Yes, I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Sorry, I need to go back 90 seconds. Tell me the left-hand turn when heading eastbound on Shepherd comment again?
Yeah. So the general plan amendment would allow that intersection to actually happen, okay? Because right now, with the current general plan and the designation of Shepherd as an arterial or as an expressway, there is no access permitted between Sunnyside and Fowler. So part of the project is requesting a general plan amendment to allow that intersection to Shepherd. That would allow the right in and right out. And beyond that, staff is considering, because of the traffic and the circulation, that we also, and this would be through the design and has to be vetted by the city engineer, but that we would allow a left in, no left out, but a left in. So those headed eastbound
Towards
could
Fowler.
turn left and head north into the subdivision.
Thank you.
Sean, I have a question. Can you tell us how many times in the past we've approved changing expressways? Because I know we've seen a few of them and we haven't approved them. So I'm just wanting to know the history of that.
You've seen a couple, as of late, you've seen one on Shepherd just to the west of this, between Sunnyside and Clovis, for the Lennar project, and that was actually between Clovis and the Enterprise Canal. You've also seen and considered an additional access to Willow between Alluvial and Nees, and both of those were eventually approved.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody more questions? No, go. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. To continue with the comments of Steve McMurtry, in relation to the late CEQA comments, the City of Clovis, again, did receive 24 comment letters, as Steve indicated, in the draft DIR during the public review comment. The city subsequently did provide responses to the draft DIR comments, which are included in the final EIR and made available to the public prior to the Planning Commission hearing. As indicated earlier today, subsequent to the release of the final EIR, there were several late comments provided to the City of Clovis. I want to stress that the city does intend to formally respond to the comment letters received this evening and before the City Council hearing. But again, it is staff's opinion that there's enough information on the record this evening for the Commission to take action on this item. Per CEQA guidelines, the city is required to evaluate and respond to all comments that raise significant environmental issues and address them in detail, giving reasons why specific comments and suggestions were not accepted. The city needs to do that in good faith, reasoned analysis and response, conclusory statements unsupported by factual information will not suffice. The level of detail contained in the response, however, may correspond to the level of detail provided in the initial comment letter. It is noted that the CEQA guidelines do not specifically address the need to respond to late comments received after the public comment period. However, again, I want to state for the record that the city does intend to incorporate formal responses to these comments prior to the City Council consideration. And briefly, I want to just discuss the proposed SOI expansion and annexation with the project. Although it is not in the purview of the Planning Commission this evening, staff believes that it is an important component of the project to get a well-rounded understanding of what's being proposed. The proposed project is the proposed project being considered this evening by the Commission is in conjunction, as previously indicated, with a proposed expansion to the city's SOI. The current acreage of the proposed SOI is 155 acres. The proposed annexation associated with the project is approximately 77 acres, which includes only the proposed development site. The annexation currently has an assigned name to it already, which is the Shepherd Sunnyside Northeast Reorganization. The proposed SOI area was established in consultation, and this is key and critical for the discussion tonight. It was established in consultation with the County of Fresno and the Fresno Local Agency Formation Commission. Existing rural residential subdivisions in the north, the 18 rural residential properties to the north of the project, and the 18 rural residential properties to the east of the project along Fowler, may request annexation to the city at a later date. The SOI expansion and annexation will be considered by the Council in a separately noticed public hearing. And here, the map before you just gives you a better layout as to what the proposed annexation and SOI boundaries. So here, identified in brown, you have the proposed project itself that will be the annexation boundary. The dashed blue line that you see along the north and along Fowler Avenue, that is the proposed sphere of influence expansion to be expanded. Well, currently, right now, you notice the solid blue line. That's the existing City of Clovis sphere of influence and runs along Shepherd Avenue. And currently, right now, the solid red line is the existing city limits. Runs down Sunnyside, and goes down into the Dry Creek Preserve area, and it comes up right in this area on Shepherd and heads east. In regards to some of the concerns and oppositions for the project, staff did want to highlight just a couple of them and discuss them in a little bit more detail this evening. One of the concerns raised was Sunnyside Avenue, particularly Sunnyside between Shepherd and Nice. So to be clear, Sunnyside Avenue adjacent to the project site will be developed at full build-out, and no changes are proposed to Sunnyside south of Shepherd. Now, this is important because the traffic impact analysis study did not provide evidence to the city or the county. So we have two agencies here who reviewed that document independently and provided no evidence to both agencies to support changes to Sunnyside south of Shepherd. Now, regarding Shepherd Avenue itself, I know Sean talked about the proposed improvements of Shepherd Avenue, but it's important to know for the record that if approved, Shepherd Avenue is conditioned for full build-out on both the north and the south side of the street, to a four-lane divided street. Some of the comments had concerns about speed, pedestrian safety, and this diagram here shows you how the left side of the screen is north, so here's the proposed project. The right side of the screen is the south side of Shepherd. So here you have the median, you have two lanes on both sides, you have a bike lane next to them, curb and gutter. On the north side, you will have landscaping and a community trail next to the project that will match what's existing next to, at least the trail width, what's existing with Lennar to the west. On the south side of Shepherd, the project will also include curb and gutter, landscaping, and a trail. So that's critical here, that will connect Sunnyside to Fowler. And folks will be able to use that to get to the trailhead facility or head north on the Enterprise Canal, or Enterprise Trail, excuse me. Another concern raised was water. And the EIR did provide a report by local groundwater expert Kenneth Schmidt, which he states that the overall impact to the project to the groundwater table is less as a developed subdivision than as a pecan orchard with multiple ag wells. It's important to mention that currently right now the project site has 9 wells that have been used in conjunction with the operation of the property. They, if approved, they will be removed and offline. The project will receive water service from the City of Clovis distribution system. The removal of the orchard and the ag wells, together with the development of the proposed project, will be beneficial to the local groundwater supplies. Finally, this evening, I want to point out to the staff's recommendation for the commission this evening. And the first one being, staff is recommending that the commission this evening adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council certify the final project environmental impact report for the Shepherd North project, adopt CEQA findings of facts and a statement of overriding consideration, and adopt a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program. 2, adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve General Plan Amendment 2021-006. 3, adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approved General Plan Amendment 2021-005. 4, adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve pre-zone 2021-009. 5, and here is the critical change based on the revised resolution that I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation. 5 is to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve vesting tentative tract map 6205, subject to the conditions of approval listed as attachment B5, and contingent upon the City's Council approval of the SOI expansion and annexation. And 6, adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve the Plan Development Permit 2021-004, subject to the conditions of approval listed as attachment 6A. And finally, make a finding of consistency that the dedication towards public right-of-way is proportionate to the development being requested. That concludes staff's recommendation, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you, George. Are there any further questions from the commission for staff? Very well. At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to speak. If you can step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record. There should be a microphone. Push that little button. There you go.
I'm sorry. Dirk Puschel, for the record, 923 Van Ness here in Fresno on behalf of Wilson Homes. With me this evening is Todd Wilson, the principal of the firm, Jeff Harris, CEO, and Wilson Homes engineer Goldie Lewis, project civil engineer Stan Harbour, and landscape architect Terry Broussard, and also Dwight Kroll, urban planner, are also present. As you probably know, Wilson Homes has a 55-year record of building beautiful and sustainable communities. Kings Crossing, Wawona Ranch, the award-winning Harlan Ranch. These communities continue to be attractive, desirable locations for the existing homeowners and prospective buyers. This project will provide affordable, quality, single-family market-rate housing. And when I use that term this evening, affordable, I'm talking about practically affordable and not the legal term that you're used to when you talk about affordable housing. Workforce housing for people who have jobs and want to live in Clovis and own a home. In 2005, Wilson Homes acquired a financial interest in the property for a partnership that specifically intended to develop the site for urban uses. That partnership was dissolved in 2018 when Wilson Homes acquired full interest in the property. As staff has mentioned to you, the landscape of choice was an important document in the preparation of this project. I'm not going to go into all the details because I think George did an excellent job going over it. But basically, the landscape of choice and smart growth stated that slight increases in density reduced housing costs due to greater efficiency in the utilization of infrastructure and provided for lower municipal service delivery costs that could be converted to lower housing costs. Over time, economists have substantiated the coalition's premise of providing a balance between the state's irrational mandates for high density with slight increases in density. The landscape of choice, smart growth policies recommended residential densities between 6 and 8 units per acre. The proposed project is at 7.7 units per acre. As George mentioned to you, the proposed sphere of influence was defined by the City Council and under consultation ultimately by Fresno County and LAFCO, who met together to make sure that this line was a logical boundary to meet LAFCO and city standards. The annexation is proposed only for the Wilson Homes project of 77 acres, but does provide the opportunity for the adjacent rural residential homes to annex in the future if they so desire. If they do not desire annexation, that is completely their decision. Wilson Homes and others have successfully processed plan changes east of Sunnyside and Shepherd, easterly all the way to Harlan Ranch. Examples of happy homeowners and happy neighbors. The county required, for the Harlan Ranch project, a 400-acre portion of that property between the city and the Harlan Ranch property to be annexed with that project. Those 400 acres are now the model of economic development. The project before you this evening includes a mixture of 3 housing types: Elevations, Cetera, both projects providing home ownership opportunities for workforce employees. And then the Regent Park component, which will sell from $500,000 to over $700,000, proving that mixed income groups are compatible and build better communities. The same mix of housing was delivered by and developed by Wilson Homes at Clovis and Shepherd Avenues. You can drive by them and probably do every day. That project is sold out, even in this market. That shows market acceptance. And you can see when visiting the project, it is compatible with its surrounding neighborhood of varying densities. Outreach is an important component of the Wilson Home development process and has been for as long as I've been involved with them. As mentioned previously, but more important to restate, over the past 5 years, the council held 3 publicly noticed meetings during which the council directed staff to discuss the sphere of influence. Wilson Homes held 13 neighborhood outreach meetings, and some of those meetings staff attended. We also had individual meetings with neighborhood representatives at Leo's office. At all meetings, the legal sequence of the project and the Wilson Homes intent to entitle the project comprehensively was described. We listened to the neighbors. We developed a solid masonry wall plan for along the perimeter of the entire project. We transitioned our larger lots along the rural residential boundaries. We've tried to minimize traffic impacts by restricting access, as George has mentioned to you. We are extending a variety of utilities closer to the rural residential projects, such as Quail Run, making it substantially less costly to connect urban services, including constructing a 24-inch water main along Sunnyside from Heirloom to Perrin Avenues. As in other projects in this immediate vicinity, we use roads, paseos, and landscape buffers to create distance from our neighbors. We're going to build trail systems that connect to your entire system so that people can walk or ride their bikes in either direction, specifically to the shopping center there at Fowler. The trails will extend the city master trail system, providing pedestrian connectivity, and our bike lanes will accommodate neighborhood electric vehicles. We will be creating homeowners associations. These associations have empirically been proven to provide higher resale values by better maintenance and meaningful aesthetic controls. Most of the project, as George mentioned, will be gated, and we will use the design elements that complement the adjacent Heritage Grove master plan. George, on page 22 of the staff report, went through a list of general plan policies. I'm going to be very brief. Orderly sustainable growth, fiscal sustainability. The company will pay $24 million in city, school, and regional transportation and air district fees, which calculates to about $40,000 a home. This mixture of housing, employment, and lifestyle opportunities is exactly what your general plan discusses. It's consistent with the city amendment criteria of smart growth policies. It's surrounded by urban development, again, consistent with your infill policies, developing a site that has infrastructure. One of the housing elements that's often overlooked, but it's one of the mandated one of the mandated general plan elements, is the housing element. And your city, as you probably know, is in the process of updating its housing element. The updated housing element projects growth to be approximately 23.8% by 2050. These people are all going to want homes. On page 17, the neighbors and people within the community identified that the most significant housing problem facing Clovis was buying a home that's too expensive. The survey also identified that availability of housing for the average person can afford is a big problem. The housing element also is establishing some goals. H1.1 requires the production of 8,077 new housing units in the next 8 years by your city. In the last quarter, to put that goal in perspective, the city issued 112 building permits. The city requires approximately 750 new housing permits to make sewer bond payments. The alternative to those homes is to raise sewer rates. In addition, your housing element policy H12 suggests that the city remove barriers to housing production and to provide a variety of housing types. This project was specifically mentioned as a contribution to meeting the city's housing need and the updated housing element. George has gone over a list of benefits that we believe are substantial to the community and to our neighborhood. The Shepherd Avenue improvements would have been a problem for the last 20 years. Building a sewer force main from Sunnyside to Fowler, which will help other developments within the Heritage Grove area. Extend non-potable water from Sunnyside to Fowler, providing reclaimed water for public landscaping along the entire Heritage Grove area. The completion of the bicycle and trail system that George discussed, and the opportunity for rural residential lands to continue in the land uses that they desire, if they desire to do so. And George also mentioned the $150,000 contribution fixing other park facilities. As George has gone over and the consultant summarized, the environmental impact report technically and legally was produced for the city by a highly qualified consultant selected by city staff. Very briefly, the ag impacts, because I know that's an issue of concern to the commissioners and obviously the neighbors. The pecan trees on the site had reached their life expectancy. Production was no longer viable or profitable. The orchard was continuously experiencing vandalism and theft. While trees were being watered, hooligans were turning off pumps and stealing irrigation valves. The site, as well as those of adjacent neighbors, started to experience pumps going dry and water production going down. It is no longer viable to farm at this location due to water constraints, soil limitations, vandalism, and other impacts of farming. Based on site-specific soils boring, hard pan lenses adversely affected the ability of economic ag production. The state also recently adopted the Groundwater Management Act, which mandates a reduction in the amount of groundwater extraction. This limitation severely restricts the ability of agricultural operations to adequately irrigate their crops. In fact, it's very burdensome for this site because the property is outside of the FID boundary, so we're not going to get ditch water. We're not eligible for that ditch water because it can't be delivered to the site. That means that banks and other lending institutions will not loan on ag projects unless groundwater and irrigation water are both available to the property. These factors had cumulative effect, diminishing the economic viability of the site for ag purposes. The site, the project DIR also did a LISA. I'm not going to go into the results. George has summarized them, that identified, based on this established formula, that the project was not a viable agricultural site any longer. And due to the comments regarding water concerns, regionally recognized expert geologist Ken Schmidt prepared a report that supported the findings of the draft DIR. And he also opined that the decline in rural residential homes pumping volumes were unrelated to the removal of the diseased trees. Again, in very summarized form, the city contacted their experts at Provost and Pritchard, who have done water analysis for the city and other municipalities for decades, and they confirmed that adequate water and infrastructure is available to serve the site. The EIR on page 3.927 confirms that the water impacts were less than significant. As George has mentioned, 8 ag wells and 1 domestic well will be taken out of production and abandoned. So the concern of the site of its conversion from residential uses is actually going to require less groundwater. With respect to traffic, as George mentioned, the Fresno County, Caltrans, and the City of Clovis all agreed on the scope of the traffic study. The traffic study also utilized 4 traffic study scenarios and evaluated 26 intersections and 23 roadway segments, all concluding that with mitigation, these intersections will comply with city levels of service or standards. Some have raised concern that the project will adversely impact Sunnyside, and George mentioned that as well. Both the city and the county were involved in the evaluation of those traffic impacts or potential impacts of Sunnyside traffic south of Shepherd. In the Dry Creek Preserve Master Plan, page 12.2.2, that plan states that because Sunnyside does not connect directly to State Highway 168, it is less likely than Fowler or Clovis to experience major or future traffic increase loads. Noise. The EIR studied 21 locations and found no noise impacts that were significant. Simply, the project meets all of your general plan criteria, including smart growth and landscape of choice goals. It's a mixture of housing sizes and densities that collectively provide for local and regional housing demand. It provides much needed infrastructure to the area and improves traffic circulation, parks, and recreational facilities. It creates no financial burden to the city or other agencies, and probably most importantly, continues a 55-year tradition of quality Wilson Homes projects. We ask that you approve the project as proposed by staff. Thank you for your consideration this evening.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone in the commission who would like to address the applicant with any questions? Thank you very much. Okay, before I invite for the public comments, just a show of hands of those who are going to either speak for or against this project. Okay, very well. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and have anyone who wants to speak for the project. And I'd like to remind everyone to please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. Thank you. Do we have anyone online wanting to speak for this project? Okay, so seeing that there are none, we'll move on to anyone who wants to speak in opposition of this project. Please step up to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. Thanks for the attention for a few minutes. My name is Eric Polson. I live at 9324 North Purdue Avenue, which is one of the 18 properties that's surrounded on two sides by the proposed project. And my comment is just this: it was several times it's been brought up about the impact of traffic along Sunnyside south of Shepherd. And so, Mr. Gonzalez, is it possible to bring up that satellite photo? So just so it can orient you. And my comment is I'm speaking out in opposition for the project as it is, just due to the incredibly high density relative to the current nature of our property. And I would invite, any member of the Planning Commission, before you decide to approve or not approve this project, to come on out and walk around and just check it out. And I think you'll notice how dramatically the area will be altered by this project. So thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to point out something. Could you on this picture point out the location of Walmart, Dick's Sporting Goods, Jamba Juice, McDonald's, Home Goods, and so forth? Okay. It's not quite on this photo, but I'll show you where it is. If you look at the S at the end of Sunnyside right there, maybe you could just point to that. Okay, so Walmart, Home Goods, Dick's Sporting Goods, Jamba Juice, McDonald's, Carl's Jr., those are all located right at the end of that road. Yes, Sunnyside does not connect to 168 directly there, but it connects to a major retail hub. The shortest, most direct distance from 605 new homes to that area is going to be Sunnyside. And so even though I know there's been these studies that have concluded, hey, there's not going to be any meaningful impact, I think common sense would suggest otherwise. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. I appreciate you listening to our concerns tonight. My name is Jill Polson. I also live at 9324 North Purdue Avenue. And I want to first say that our neighbors and us, the 18 that are part of the Quail Run there, are united. And I support in advance to all of the things that my neighbors are saying. We're all united on our opinions. I wanted to share my concerns with you about two issues relating to the proposed project: the increase of noise and light and the way that affects our life, and the diminishing of privacy. We understand that we can't stop progress. What we ask is to slow it down so that we can more carefully consider the needs of our community and create a more natural blending of living environments. When we and our neighbors purchased our homes, we were surrounded by a rural residential designation. With this project, the designation is going to be skipping at least 3 levels of designations. We're going directly from a rural residential up to medium high densities. There's like at least 3 levels, I think, in between that. It makes no sense to us that we should have those 2 different disparate densities right next to each other. With the impending change, we will lose many of the things that make our properties special to us. The light pollution will make our evening stargazing limited. The peace and quiet we have enjoyed as we listen to birds chirping and coyotes howling at night will also be affected. A decrease in the density of the proposed project would soften the effects of that and allow the 2 neighborhoods to exist next to each other with less friction. Our houses were designed to be on a rural residential lot surrounded by other rural residential properties. Many of us have large windows on the backs of our homes, and the proposed project may be designed so that houses within the project can't see into the other houses in the project, but they didn't take our houses into consideration. And so we're going to have people from this new project being able to straight line of sight into our most private places of our houses. One of the particular problems area is the inside angle of the L that places, originally it placed 2 houses right up against our neighbor's back fence. The houses were going to be right next to it. And then, surprise, there was a change yesterday, whatever. And that's been part of the problem too, is that we have changes coming constantly. So we've seen multiple different maps and we don't even know which one is the one that it's really going to be. So that's a particular problem. Ideally, this section would be designed with respect to our privacy in mind. At the very least, 2-story houses should not be allowed anywhere there is a direct line of sight into our properties. Higher fences could also be considered. In respect to the northern exit on Stanford, I just wanted to address this because this is new information that, to me anyway, that the fire department was requesting that exit be used for exit only so that they could make sure that it was usable and that had been used frequently. I had not heard that before. There's a big concern about that exit, and you need to understand what that road is like. I just want to say that there's other options for that to keep that. I think that it should be like a fire exit, yes, but if we have everybody from that area exiting there, I want you to, I'll describe that road to you in a second, but let me just say this. I had an idea that I don't know if this would work or not, but what if the neighbors had to punch in a code to get out? That would slow down the number of people that are exiting there. What's going to happen is that everybody in that whole quadrant, when they take their kids to school in the morning, they're going to be headed straight up Stanford. And we're going to have a massive traffic jam. We already have traffic jams on Fowler going over to school. We're going to have a massive traffic jam. People aren't going to be able to turn left out of Ticonderoga. If you haven't been there, you need to do it. I have one more comment that I have about water. I understand that the EIR claims that the project won't impact our groundwater, but I need to tell you, as the person who's living there, it does. I don't care what the EIR says, it has affected us. So when there was a caretaker on that property and they were running that ranch the way it should have been run, we were having no problems whatsoever. As soon as the caretaker left and they stopped watering, our well got worse and worse and worse and finally went dry. So this last year we had to dig a new well, and guess what? We spent a lot of money on that well and we basically didn't get any water. So that's where we are. And, you know, I don't know if you guys have ever had the experience of, you know, working out and getting all sweaty and you've got a meeting and you go to take a shower and there's no water coming out. It's a regular occurrence in our household, regular occurrence. Sorry, go jump in the pool, or you can't take a shower. You got to go to work sweaty because we don't have any water. I have a letter that has been written by one of the other residents that she wanted me to read. Her name is Christy Diener, and her address is 93355 North Purdue. I don't know how much time I have left. I can make this quick and go for just the important parts of the letter if you'd like. What would you like me to do?
You actually have exceeded by 1 minute, but
Okay.
Go ahead and give us the highlights.
Because this isn't me, this is her.
Okay.
Okay. She was also concerned about the northern exit, and I just wanted to read her description of the roads so that you could kind of understand. I'm not sure how many of you guys have driven down Stamford and out to Ticonderoga, and if you're familiar with what that county road is like. There's a huge concern about all the people that would be coming in and out of that. It's on an elbow. It's standard, and Stamford is winding. It has 6 curves. Some homeowners along Stamford have opted to pave the street side frontage of their properties because even a small amount of careless navigation for those unfamiliar makes it easy to turn wide off our slim rural roadways. Children and adults alike recreate in these slim rural roadways. We walk, jog, bike, ride horses, drive golf carts, skateboards, and go-karts along the sides of our country roads. In the hot summer, we often go out at night when the temperatures are cooler and it is pitch dark and quiet. We use flashlights, not streetlights. Stargazing is amazing, and the interactions with our passing neighbors is a delight. My husband and I have taken nightly walks year-round for the last 15 years, and on busy nights, about 3 or 4 cars will drive by us. But usually, it is 1 car or none at all. The Stamford Perrin egress will make our nightly walks too dangerous. She wants to also point out that the homeowners of Quail Run 18, the people who actually live here and regularly drive these routes, we know that the fastest way to the schools in this district is not just for the upper portion of the development, and not just for the upper portion of the development, is via the northbound segment of Stamford to Ticonderoga to Fowler. We agree the impact will indeed be significant. We do not agree that it is unavoidable. One option is that the Stamford Perrin egress, necessary only for fire safety because of the proposed density, could be kept closed, but accessible to emergency crews, and we heard about that already. We understand the city likes this project because it provides new housing, fixers, shepherd, etc. But in the process of solving some problems, neglecting to focus attention on the exponential increase of traffic from such a high-density project will create other problems. And I think this is really important. We're trying to solve this problem on Shepherd, and I get that, but we are going to be creating more problems that are going to be even more difficult to take care of, and you've really got to consider this. We're turning these narrow, winding rural roadways into a city thruway. It's dangerous and must have increased focus, attention, on solutions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening. My name is Jacqueline Ruiz, and I live at 5141 East Lexington Avenue. I am also one of the Quail Run 18 homeowners from the Quail Run neighborhood. Today, I will be speaking on several issues within the proposed development in Tract 6205. Mr. Gonzalez, I did also email some images to you to be used tonight during the presentation. The first major issue with the project as proposed will be the location of the public park. In the site plan, the park is placed on the south side of Heirloom Avenue, which runs adjacent to the Quail Run 18 homes. The homeowners in the Quail Run 18 purchased homes in an area designated as rural residential with the understanding that our properties would be bordered by private property. With the new development, our properties will not only border public property of a road, but also a public park and a trail that is connected to a commercial center, in addition to the medium-high density homes. Quoted in the project, the focal point in the project, a focal point leading to the neighborhood park will be a trail connecting Shepherd Avenue Community Trail to the south side of the park. And this, as we have seen, the park will also connect to multiple other trails. While we do not oppose the park, we do propose that its location be changed to be within the neighborhood that is being proposed to be developed. A park brings an extreme increase in noise and light compared to what the Quail Run neighborhood currently experiences. Before any of this proposed development started, or the current construction started of removing trees, if you go outside in our yards at night, it was dark and nearly silent. Parks bring parties, loud music, additional lighting, and possibility of crime and other activities. On page 4 of my document that I shared, according to 2 studies, property crime rates are 2 to 4 times higher in neighborhoods near parks, and violent crime rates were up to 11 times worse. The park location should be moved south to be within the neighborhoods of Tract 6205 and not at the northernmost edge. Therefore, if homes lined Heirloom Avenue completely, the resulting noise and light increases would be much less than that if there was a park at the edge of the development. Possibly, the northernmost portion of the park could be designated to be homes and the park could be a smaller size, or perhaps the park could be moved down in the development along the 9 homes along the east side of Fordham Avenue, so that it can still be a focal point of the neighborhood, but not affect those homeowners who did not know of a park's location when we purchased our home. In fact, if you look at my picture here, there's 2 stars in the northeast, or the north corner. The red star represents my previous home at 9472 North Minnewawa. We purchased this home several years ago prior to the approval of the Heritage Grove development, with the idea of raising a family in a rural residential area. Heritage Grove development was subsequently approved, and my husband and I decided that we wanted to move out of the proposed development area. We consulted the master plan from the city of Clovis, and we looked at the 3 urban centers that were proposed to be developed. So we moved to the location you see with the purple star, outside any of the proposed urban centers, so that we would be away from the proposed medium density housing that would now surround our home on Minnewawa. We purchased this property because it existed outside of these urban centers and because we trusted the city of Clovis to provide an accurate and truthful master plan. Now the proposed development for Tract 6205 is for medium high density homes, which is even more dense than the area from which my husband and I left. Please, at the current density, the proposed project would be a huge deviation to the master plan and create incompatibility between the project and the adjacent community. We don't oppose the project altogether, just the density that it suggests and the location of the park. Additionally, currently there is an elevation difference between our properties and the proposed development property. Our properties sit at least, I measured today, at least 6 feet lower than the location of the proposed development. This needs to be taken into account when providing for privacy, as well as any 2-story homes should not be adjacent to our properties to provide that privacy to us homeowners who purchased in an area that was not expected to be developed. If the park is moved, then homes in the proposed Wilson development along the south and east edge of Quail Run, they will have the opportunity to know if they're purchasing a home next to a park, what the privacy will be like for their homes. We were not given that courtesy, and there are changes now that we can't control, but we do hope that you will consider mitigating these impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing our comments. My name is Curtis Cookingham. I'm one of the 18 homeowners in Quail Run, 9397 North Purdue. My topic for this evening is water, more specifically the worsening water situation in our development. My purpose is not to cast blame on you, the Planning Commission, the Clovis City Council, the Lennar project to our west that is currently being built, or the Wilsons who are developing the pecan orchard on the south and the east side of our neighborhood. However, I do want to present an accurate picture of our current water situation and highlight the fact that our well production is greatly diminished and our situation is getting worse. Here are some facts. First, 12 out of the 18 Quail Run homes have water delivered to their homes at a frequency of between 1 to 4 times per week during the months of June through November. So we're still having water delivered now, this month. To most here, this idea is unheard of. It's foreign. But what this means is if we don't purchase water and have it trucked in and pumped into our holding tanks, we will not shower. We will not flush toilets, or we will not be able to water any landscape plants. The cost to these 12 homeowners is somewhere between $4,000 and $24,000 a year, simply to have water on demand for basic daily use. Second, 8 of the 18 Quail Run homes have drilled wells in the past 5 years at the cost of $30,000 to $50,000 for each well. 4 of the 8 had success in finding water, and the supply has been able to meet their needs of their household. But tragically, 4 homeowners had no net increase in water production. Nearly $200,000 has been spent on re-drilling efforts since 2018, with no return on their investment. Thirdly, the fact is having a well that is stressed or inconsistent is devastating for homeowners and property values. Real estate experts agree that our current environment of diminishing access of water, again, I'm going to say that term, diminishing access to water, could result in a 25% devaluation of our homes. The recent EIR report states that the cessation of agriculture wells in the pecan orchard that was mentioned previously will help the Quail Run homeowners. This is a nice theory, but it is not the daily reality we live with or have observed in recent years. All homeowners in our development have observed measurable decreases in water well production since flood irrigation stopped in the almond orchard to our west in 2019. That's the Lennar project going on. And since flood irrigation has stopped in the pecan orchard to the south and the east sides of our homes. In conclusion, all 18 homeowners in Quail Run rely on groundwater, and the pecan orchard has served as a large area for water absorption. In the past, this water traveled to our neighborhood to become available groundwater. The pecan orchard will soon be concrete and asphalt, and the proposed storm drains will send excess water to a holding basin a considerable distance from our neighborhood, eliminating any direct benefit to the homes in our neighborhood. The fact that we have no irrigation on our perimeter, coupled with the proposed development on 3 sides of our neighborhood, again, we are a county island, in a neighborhood has and will continue to make water access difficult and costly. I'm asking the Planning Commission to consider a pause in this project to consider reasonable mitigation measures that will protect water for Quail Run homeowners in the future. Thank you.
Dean Urick, 8570 North Sunnyside. Just found out today that the exit on the 605 homes onto Shepherd is going to be a left-hand turn, or a right-hand turn, right-hand turn coming out of there. So the next street you come to is Sunnyside. Okay, people are going to be turning down Sunnyside, you can go down Sunnyside to Louisville to get onto the freeway. Nobody's going to be going over the Fowler. They're all going to be going over to Clovis Avenue or coming down Sunnyside. So the traffic on Sunnyside is going to be, you know, a lot of traffic. And with the two housing developments going on right now that Woodside is putting on, there we had a big, I think all you guys are new here, but we had big comments on that. They're doing their two housing at 2.5 houses per acre. That's only 2.5 houses per acre, and they're making money. They're doing great, okay? These guys want close to 8 houses per acre and 3 locked divisions, locked gates. I don't see no low-income houses going in there and everything. And, you know, we got quotas and everything. It's just going to be way expensive. Traffic's going to be outrageous, and I definitely agree on the water issue. I'm on a well. Everybody around me has been drilling their wells deeper. I'm sitting at 100 feet, 120 feet. Everybody's going down to 300 feet. There's no ag land out there that's getting flooded no more and everything. So it is a water issue, is a big area. But the big thing is the traffic. If they're saying there's going to be no traffic going down Sunnyside, no, that's not true. If you got to come out of there, you're going to come right there to Sunnyside and Shepherd. You can either go straight or you're going to turn. And guess what? If the traffic's backed up, people are going to be turning. And then also that roundabout that they're having on Shepherd, on Sunnyside for these houses to come out, you get all these, so 1,200 cars in the morning coming out of there. They're going to be bumper to bumper in that roundabout. These poor people that are going to be heading south onto Shepherd, trying to get in that roundabout, they're not going to be able to get into that roundabout. The people on the roundabout have the right of way. You have all these cars coming on. It's going to be backing up for these people trying to get out of their property. So, you know, if anything, you need to put stoplights coming out of the Woodside, out of the area onto Shepherd, because just like I say, a right-hand turn is not going to be good. And I would hate to live in this housing development, trying to leave in the morning with only 2 exits, 1,200 cars trying to leave out of this place with only 2 exits. You know, something's got to be definitely done on it. And 8 houses, close to 8 houses per acre, that's just way too many. And like I say, there's 2 developments going on right now, and they are in the Tri-Creek Preserve, 2.5 houses per acre. So I wish you got to get that way down. And they're asking for the moon, knowing that, you know, you guys are going to say, well, we can't drive all the way down to 2.5 houses. They're not going to make no money. Well, these guys are making money at 2.5 houses per acre. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pat Mena. I'm part of the Quail Run 18. And George, if you have my pictures, I'd appreciate it. And do I get a clicker, or do I just tell you to click? All right. No, that's not me. That looks like me. Anyway, I had a really good video to show you guys. I drove around in my car today and took some, I was critiquing it. I felt like I was doing a documentary, but apparently we can't do video, so you got pictures. So this is obviously the area of that we've been talking about. The red is the proposed building. George, next slide. Here are the houses. Again, in that L shape on the top, on the north, you'll see that we know now that that's gated. And there's an exit right there, and that is the corner where George is pointing at. That's Perrin and Stanford, which Jill was talking about. And that is where it gets really windy. It's a rural area. There's no sidewalks. And I want to show you some pictures because Jill was trying to describe it, but I think I can give you an idea of what it looks like. Go ahead, George. First of all, before I do that, I wanted to show you, I just was interested. I got on my phone today and I said, you know, there's a lot of people that are going to live in this community that have kids. They're going to go to, that's a Clovis North community, right? Okay, where's my phone going to tell me to go? And take a peek. That popped up on my phone. That's me where the little circle is. And it told me to go take a ride on Perrin, go up Stanford, head down Ticonderoga, get on Fowler, and go down Beheimer. The second alternative was to come down Sunnyside and to go to Shepherd. But the primary was to go that way. Next slide. I thought, oh, well, maybe that's dumb luck. Let me get on Waze. Did the same thing. Guess what? That's the best alternative. Heck, if Waze says it's the best, and people are gonna do it, right? It's a path of least resistance. Next. So this is me in my truck, heading out of my house. This is the intersection of Purdue and, Perrin. As you can see, no lines, no sidewalks, no stop signs, blind. You're gonna see a lot of that in this. Next slide. Right there on the right, this corner is where the proposed exit now that is mandated by the fire department. That is the corner of Perrin and Stanford. As you can see, it's blind on the left, no lines, no sidewalk, and it's actually more than a 90-degree turn there, just so you know. It's about a 100-degree turn. Next. This is coming right off that turn. You'll see that again, no sidewalks, no lines. The neighbor on the right actually paved their side area to keep people from driving in there and losing control. But again, it's blind on the right. Next. This is just around that bend. You'll see a car coming. I'm on the right side of the road, actually the right side of the road. And you can see there's not a lot of room for that next car to come around. I'm doing 10 miles an hour here. That car, unfortunately, was doing about 35 and almost hit me. People are driving through here fast now because of the construction at Lanier. We're already seeing that problem just because of construction there. Next. This is Solar and Stanford. Again, there's no stop sign. Comes into a T out of that cul-de-sac. Next. This is the next bend, blind, no lines, no curbs. People are walking this all the time. My wife walks every day, and every day she comes home, or maybe not every day, that's an exaggeration. Once a week at least, she comes home and talks about how somebody almost hit her. You know, somebody almost hit her. And I'm telling you, you get a bunch of cars coming out of there, and you know, as well as I do, if that is an exit, and they have 100 homes in there, it's gated, so the rest of the people are, like this gentleman said, they're going to go out on Shepherd, and they're going to hit Sunnyside or go a different way. But if they got an exit, it's path of least resistance. It's common sense, okay? So this road is not built for speed, but they're going to speed because they're going to be late, and they're going to be going to school. Next. This is the curve at Stanford and Ticonderoga. Blind, that hedge on the right, you can't see a car coming around that corner, and they cut the corner every time. There's no lines, and they're swinging around there like it's a racetrack, and it's going to get worse. You're going to have people that are hit. You're going to have somebody hurt. You're going to have wrecks. And God forbid you hurt somebody, especially after we've stood here and told you that this is a problem. Next. This is where the fun ends with Ticonderoga and Fowler. That truck, that was the garbage truck, you know, hauling across Fowler doing about 45. That intersection does not have a stop sign on Fowler. There was a wreck on Fowler right here on October 16th. A car hit the telephone pole right there. You can't see it, but it's to the right. They just put a new one in there. About a month earlier, they had another wreck there. And ever since there's been construction, we've had more problems because people are coming in and out of our neighborhood just with the construction. You get 100 homes going to school because that's going to be the best way. You're going to have wrecks there. We're already seeing it. Look it up. Take a look. It just happened last month. I've got a picture on in my phone. You're going to have a problem. You're going to have backups because that thing, if you've ever been on it about 8 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning, it's a zoo. And then you do the same thing around 4:30, 5:30, it's a zoo trying to get down Fowler. That's a problem, guys. We're talking about people's lives. You know, we're talking about our neighborhood. You know, yeah, we want a nice, quiet neighborhood. We want it the way, you know, we've had it in the past. I am not saying that we can't develop. I get it. We've got to develop. But you got to use your brains. You got to be reasonable. There's a problem here, and there's got to be a better way to get traffic to not flow through that area because it's going to be a problem. Next slide. This is just another look at where that exit is coming the other way. It's blind on the right. Next slide. This is where Sunnyside and Perrin meet. Blind on the left, blind on the right, no stop sign, and that's Sunnyside right there, okay? Next slide. This is an example of our nice new road that got built by Lanier. You know, I hear things about we're gonna do this and that. I don't know about you, but that road on the right looks like they just gave up and said, let's just make it narrow. Let's go back to the narrow roads that are already there. You know, that's the difference between a nice wide road and our narrow roads. It gives you an idea. Next. And then this is the cul-de-sac they're talking about. Lanier's on the right and Wilson is on the left. That's a tight cul-de-sac too. I'm telling you, if you haven't driven it, go drive it. There's cones and things everywhere right now, but it is tight. It's going to be fun when you got all those people coming out of there. Please take the time to drive it. Take the time to look at it before you make a decision. I'm serious. You're going to go, wait, this is kind of crazy. So to summarize, look, I've heard a lot of things about, look, insignificant impact, minimal impact, unavoidable impact. Guys, there is impact, okay? We live there every day. You know, I can find an expert to say anything. It happens all the time in the courtroom. One side has an expert saying this, another side has an expert saying that. I think common sense would dictate, talk to the people that live there. I'm not against the project. I'm just against it not being done right and not being done safe. Lower the density. It doesn't make sense. Lower the density. We can find some middle ground here, okay? Think about the water issues. There's middle ground here. We're willing to work with them. Let's find some middle ground and make this work for the city, for the developer, and for the community. Because there are issues. That's my concern. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
My name's Rod Kellogg, and I have a house at 5381 East Beheimer. I am not part of the Quail. I also have a house at 5278 Ticonderoga. I have a house out on Beheimer. As you know, the traffic builds up real bad coming up Fowler, trying to make a left-hand turn, going northbound onto Beheimer, already headed out to Clovis North. Sometimes I can't get out, so I purchased a second home on Ticonderoga so I could eventually move inside and get off of Beheimer. I use a gate sometimes because I cannot get out onto Beheimer. I have to come through my backyard. I go across my other property, an easement with my neighbor that I've gotten from her. Then I get out onto Ticonderoga. Then I can go down and make a turn and head down towards Stanford, where the north gate is going to be now allowing traffic to come out. That is going to be, when that happens, it will block my driveways of my home on 5278 Ticonderoga. I won't be able to get in and out of the driveway because how far traffic backs up on Fowler. When they come out of that northbound and come around that curve the gentleman showed you, I won't be able to get out of either one of my homes. When they say they have traffic coming out of Sunnyside and they're going to hit the roundabout and they think they're going to make a left-hand turn and head towards Shepherd, well, when that's backed up, they're going to make a right-hand turn and then they're going to head that towards Stanford anyway and come back around through there. So there's way too many homes going in. It has to be less dense. And all the other concerns I have, but they're going to make that beautiful area that we have to drive through and walk into a parking lot twice a day. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is R. Kellerisian. My business address is 389 Clovis Avenue. I'm here on behalf of PR Farms and the Riccuti family. I've worked with the development team and staff, and we have a lot of planning work that we're doing in the Heritage Grove area. So my perspective and comments tonight are about something a little bit different than what we've heard so far. There have been a lot of conversations with the staff, with city council, and this is a message that I've given at city council meetings previously about sewer and water capacity. Staff has basically mentioned that there is limited capacity for growth in these areas. There's a certain amount of units before a large amount of infrastructure needs to be put in. And so I guess a comment and a question for staff as something that they could look into as this project moves forward is which capacity does the sewer and water for this area tie into? There's a certain amount of capacity that Heritage Grove can host, and then obviously there's other capacity in the Fowler trunk line, which I think they identified some units that are available for sewer and water capacity. So I think it would be good that to preserve as many units as possible for that Heritage Grove area that has been identified in the general plan, specifically with the sewer capacity, because there are some bonding requirements and things of that nature. And so that I think is an important consideration, so we could figure out how to grow in all of these different areas at the same time, and perhaps these projects, sewer capacity, may be able to go into the Fowler line, preserving additional capacity in Heritage Grove, which the applicant also has projects in the Heritage Grove area as well. So I think there's just something that should be on the table, something that we shall be talking about. Obviously, Sean is extremely knowledgeable about this, and so I just wanted to bring it to your attention that it's important to identify, making sure we have enough sewer and water capacity for the areas that are currently inside our sphere of influence, and then obviously planning for growth in the future. Thank you very much.
My name is Paul Pierce. I live at 8321 North Fowler. When I heard about this environmental report, I got very curious about monitoring and everything, because Woodside had started building right behind me. From the beginning, when they started grading and getting the ground ready, I had a dust storm. They really weren't using water. I had to call the Air Quality Control Board to get some action. I didn't know who else to call. Then later, they sprayed a lot of Roundup on my property. Not just along the fence line, but at 15 feet over and with the wind blowing. It sort of made me sick when I found out, and basically I lost my bees. Then, when they were building, I'm seeing the styrofoam, sheets of styrofoam all over my place because it got loose from them and it blown over. Along the property line where the fence is, there's all sorts of trash building up, and some of that trash is blowing over. It's even blowing over across the street. Who's monitoring? Who's controlling all this? You know, I read on one of the deals about garbage trucks on Sunnyside, backing up traffic. Well, it happens on Fowler too. It's even worse. Whenever there's a red light in the morning at the signal at Nees and Fowler, traffic will back up practically to Shepherd. It's that bad. Now, 5 years ago, there was a fire in the field across the street from me. Everybody started rubbernecking, going real slow. There finally had to be 2 policemen on motorcycles to make a move so the fire trucks could get through to get to the fire. I mean, it spread so fast across the field because they couldn't get to it. That's how bad the traffic is. When they put that development in there at Teague and Fowler, everybody had called in, were saying, hey, put a stoplight or stop sign in because there's too much traffic, there's a lot of accidents. But they go, oh no, that'll slow down the traffic. So the city didn't want to do that. Way back, I'm kind of old, I guess, when Fowler and Nees was more of, there was no stop sign along Fowler and just the one on Nees, and then started being a few accidents. They put stop signs both ways, but that's as far as it got. And I go, why haven't you improved it more? I mean, there's getting to be a lot of accidents. And he said, well, our report says that there's not that much traffic. There's no need for a stoplight. I go, evidently you haven't looked at Buchanan High School that's now open, and that there's 2 to 3 accidents a week when school's in session. Not that much in summer. There isn't that much problem in summer, but during school year, yes, there is. And these are a lot of problems that there is along Fowler that Clovis just tries to blow off because they say it's a county road. And I'm in the county, so I don't really count as much as a city person.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Richard Wathen, and I live at 9431 North Purdue in Clovis. I am one of the 18 homeowners in the Quail Run community. I've lived there for over 28 years. I'm here to share both my personal and professional opinions, given the fact that I have spent over 35 years in development and home building. I will be talking tonight about the questionable purpose of this proposed project, as well as the density issues and the lack of compatibility given the surrounding neighborhood. First question is, why a new sphere of influence, new annexation, and a new housing project in light of the most recently approved Heritage Grove plan? This plan took the city over 10 years to design and approve and provides for over 10,000 new homes to house over 30,000 residents and provide 20 years of future growth. Why would you consider approving a new one-off rogue project and plop it down in the middle of a rural residential community? There can only be two possible reasons. One, a developer decided to buy some ag land and build homes on it. Two, the city of Clovis desperately needs to widen Shepherd Avenue, which should have happened over 10 years ago. Why would you put one home builder's interests and the city's road issues on the backs of a few homeowners? I would also like to talk a little bit about the density of this proposed project. Let's start by looking at the past precedents of county areas being brought into the city for one-off projects, just like this one. First, Woodside Homes at Fowler and Teague, as has been mentioned before, is approximately 2.3 units per acre. This proposed development is over 8. Whisper Creek, a previous development, was 1 unit per acre. Again, this proposed development is over 8 units, is just shy of 8 units per acre. If the development was consistent with past similar situations, this land would hold approximately 77 to 180 homes, not 600. There's nothing compatible with slamming 8 houses to the acre next to 2-acre home sites. By most standards, this project is completely out of the box. This just isn't good, responsible planning. And as you heard tonight, over half of this community is 2,000 square foot lots. You might as well build apartments. In saying all of this, we understand that there are serious issues regarding Shepherd Avenue. We also understand that some sort of development could be more compatible with our neighborhood. But we formally request that the city hits the pause button on this project. The developer is going to say that they've had many years of planning, have met with us several times, including welcoming us into the annexation process. But the truth is that the final EIR just came out on November 6th, 2 weeks ago. And we still haven't seen final product design. Our request is that this tract map as proposed be rejected and the project be put on hold. Now that all the information is finally available, we would welcome sitting down with the Wilson Group to discuss different options and ways of working together. I'd like to close by saying, as a developer for many years, I am very empathetic towards affordable housing. We participated for years in trying to create more affordable homes in the city of Clovis. The word landscape of choice, I completely respect that. But you just approved 10,000 homes that take in consideration all the issues connected with the landscape of choice. So why would you take that plan area that is barely begun and now take a rogue development and take it into that kind of density, 2,000 square foot lots? We understand that there's going to be development on this property, but I'd like you to highly consider the methodology of taking ag land to medium-high density. Where is the compatibility of neighbors? You can talk about EIRs, you can talk about studies, but there's no compatibility with that kind of density. It would be like me taking my 2-acre parcel, tearing down my house and building 20 homes. It doesn't fit. We think there's another way of going about this, and we as homeowners are more than willing to sit with the Wilson Group, if you give us the time, and sit and find options that can work for all of us. Thank you very much.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. We appreciate your time, and it's admirable that you stay these late nights for all these meetings. We appreciate what you do. George, I have some slides, if you could bring those up. That's not
If you please just state your name.
Yeah, Jared Collister, 9318 North Sunnyside Avenue, Clovis, California. I am a member of the Quail Run 18 homeowners. We consist of 18 homes that find themselves in the heart of this project. George, you can highlight that area just to make sure that's the Quail Run 18 there, 18 homes surrounded by the project. While we've hired the law firm of Remy Moose and Manley to articulate many of our legal concerns, we, as members of our community, felt it imperative to give voice to some specific issues, and you've heard many of those tonight. We assigned topics to each people. Most of us wanted to talk about it. We decided to save time and consolidate. We fully endorse and agree with our law firm's comments on the EIR that this project is insufficient and that the EIR is insufficient. Let's be clear, this development will have a significant impact on neighboring communities. It defies common sense to argue otherwise. The magnitude of change and impact on our lives cannot be overstated. Common sense must prevail. This development process is rushed and hurried, lacking adequate evaluation of the complex challenges facing our community. It's important to note that this development is positioned within County Service Area 51, a well-known area with documented water issues. In addition, it's right next to the Dry Creek Preserve. Again, another area with sensitive issues. We can't go warp speed on this project when you're planning in these areas. There's too many complicating factors. While the developer is going to say this development has been, quote unquote, years in the making, in reality, the only thing that's been years in the making is the concept of the sphere of influence boundary change. That's what's been years in the making. That's all we've known about. Sphere of influence boundary change, first, the southern portion of the parcel is just the southern half. That was the initial SOI boundary change proposal. Then it went to the L shape, the whole pecan orchard. Then it went to a massive, much larger area, the size of Harlan Ranch, so to speak. And now it's shrunk back down to where it is now with the 18 homes along Fowler, the pecan orchard, and the 18 homes in Quail Run. That's been the 3-year, multi-year process, is this sphere of influence change. We knew the developer wanted to put some housing product in there. We didn't know it was 605 homes. The track map just came out. So to say this is a multi-year, well-thought-out process and has involved the community input, I don't think is a fair characterization, okay? This is a warp speed project. For years, we were told by the city that this would be a multi-step process, allowing for community input at every stage. First, sphere of influence change, followed by by annexation, proposed entitlements, and then a later stage tract map. Instead, what we're witnessing is a rapid consolidation of these steps into a single action. This contradicts the very essence of proper planning. The intent of a multi-step process is to be deliberative, allowing all stakeholders to understand and contribute and voice their concerns effectively. The current trajectory of this project as proposed is unacceptable without substantial revisions. Comments have been made about water and about the water study. George, can you go to the next slide for me, please? We've been told tonight that the water study says that developing this project will, quote unquote, improve the water supply of the neighboring community. Well, I read the water report. It's not that long. It's only 10 pages. You'll see here's a diagram. That red little dot there says project site. That's the pecan orchard. The arrows, again, this is prepared by the water engineer. The arrows show the flow of water in the water table, or the aquifers. Okay, that's the flow of water. I was curious what the engineer's findings were about how it might impact our community. You go to the next slide, George. Here's what a paragraph from his statement. The reduction in deep percolation due to the proposed project would average about 160 acre-feet per year. And this is key. Considering the direction of groundwater flow, only the north half of the project would appear to influence the groundwater in the rural residential area to the northwest. George, go back up to the first slide, please. Up one more. I read that, they say, by removing the pecan orchard, especially the northern pecans, that would have an impact on that community, the Quorum community. That's their water engineer says that. It's not our guy, that's their guy says that. So when they say that this report shows no, it'll be less water because you're losing us wells, I think we need to take that with a grain of salt. They also said they found substantial hard pan. They had 18 boring holes. I'm aware 3 came up with hard pan as they bore tested the site. So I think it's important to go back, dig a little bit deeper on this. I urge the Planning Commission to vote no on this project and to put this project on hold. The developer needs to go back to the drawing board and actually present a tract map that takes into consideration the neighbors of our needs of our community and concerns of the community. There's a need for genuine engagement with community members. We ask for reconsideration and a revision of the tract map. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Lung, and I reside at 8210 North Sunnyside. And I'm newer to the area. I've bought my 2-acre parcel about 2 years ago. And I have livestock, I have bees, I'm a beekeeper. And that is, the Dry Creek Preserve is a very sensitive area. I came to the meeting, I don't have any pre-prepared information or questions or anything, but I came to the meeting when I got the information about the proposed development because of the massively increased traffic flow on Sunnyside. It's already, just in the last year, the traffic has become horrendous. I can't safely back out onto Sunnyside from my home because of the speed that everyone is going all the way. It's a straight shot from Sunnyside to Nice. No stop signs, nothing to slow down the traffic. That's become a very busy north-south road. And looking at the maps, yes, it's going to be a straight shot from that subdivision all the way up to the commercial areas at Herndon. And it's already a dangerous area. Besides, most of us in that area have livestock. I have bees. There's wildlife in the area. I just had a fox on my front porch a week ago. There's coyotes. There's possums, there's raccoons, that whole area, and the traffic is already really, really bad and dangerous for, there's
dead animals on the road a lot more frequent now because the traffic goes so fast from Sunnyside. I didn't hear anything in the environmental impact report about anything to protect the to eliminate or reduce the traffic along Sunnyside through the preserve area. And until this evening, I had no idea that my neighbors to the north of me were having severe water problems. I am also on a well, so that's very concerning too. But this was very informational coming to this meeting, but now I do have even more concerns besides just the traffic after coming here and learning what's going on. So I do ask that you seriously consider the impact to the area, because I don't know how someone can come to the conclusion that there's insignificant impact to the area. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Schuman. I live at 9502 North Stamford. I love the pictures. Thank you for those pictures. But I live right on the corner of Stamford and Perrin, and I too am concerned about the exit at the north end. We have already at night. People are flying around that corner. That's why we put curb up, because we've had people in our yard before, sliding out of control. So it is a safety issue. And then also, the fact that we're going to have multiple houses backed up to our 2 acres is kind of disgusting. So I'm just asking for one-story homes would be very, very nice to have, and because right now the pecans, the last of pecans went down. Now I can see. I never knew we had 2-story homes on Fowler over there, but just asking for the homes to be 1-story backed up to our yard, my 2 acres, and maybe a larger fence too. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, thank you for patiently listening to us. My name is Harmeet Guram, and I am a part of that 18-home Quail Run community. My home is at the intersection of Sunnyside and Perrin. So I want to highlight that the EIR in this project does acknowledge the negative impacts of traffic and water, but we are undermining those by saying that mitigation measures were made. Now, I disagree that we genuinely attempted to make honest mitigation measures. We haven't exhausted all our options where we can say the mitigation measures, there are no more left, and that's why we have to go by this project. I understand that under the Fresno landscape and housing needs, we want to push this project, but please consider these are significant impacts. Traffic, water, these are not small impacts. For example, I want to highlight one scenario. The Stanford exit that is planned, that is near a school bus stop. It is very close to that. So imagine a situation in the morning, 600 homes, traffic is coming through that exit for the school, and there is a school bus stop, and there is a traffic jam. These roads are not equipped to handle such a huge load of traffic. The EIR says there is no impact of noise, light. It is pitch dark. That is the ground reality. You put 600 homes in the backyard, and you say no impact of noise or light. That is hard to believe. The common sense and EIR is in conflict here. So in my humble opinion, it will be willfully negligent planning if we move with this project forward. I think we should put a pause. At the very least, we should consider reducing the house density, make arrangements to revise our exits, address the issues of the community, and then, yes, we can say that it was properly done. It seems like we are rushing the project just because the builder has stated that they have been in years of planning this. There has not been proper meetings where all the concerns of the residents have been heard. And I also believe not all the information was furnished to the residents in a timely manner. There's so many new things that we are learning today. So in my humble opinion, please put a pause on this project. We are not against the development. We want to work with the builder. We also want a lovely city, and but we should not ignore the concerns of the residents. Thank you.
My name's Mark Vespucci. I'm on 5100 block of East Cole Avenue. It's about 1,000 feet south of the project. George, can you do the zoomed out Google map one showing more of the Dry Creek Preserve area, please?
Eric, can you go back to my presentation, please?
And I submitted some written comments, and I'm not going to rehash them all. I just want to touch on two things. One, some of the commissioners were interested what Shepherd is going to look like if you take action on this project. City staff had a nice little graphic with median and big trees and walkways on both sides. I would recommend that you further investigate and ask city staff to really, what are you approving tonight? Because it's not going to be 4 lanes. It's not going to be 2 lanes in both directions between Sunnyside and Fowler. It's not possible right now. You have rural residential homes, you have right-of-way issues, you have the Dry Creek Canal that runs through that. So maybe that's the eventual city plan for it to be 4 lanes, but that's not what you guys are voting on right now. My other issue really goes back to a lot of other comments that I think Mr. Polson and others have made about the traffic impact on Sunnyside south of Shepherd Avenue. If you guys haven't driven out there, it's different. It's 24 feet wide. It's about the length of the dais. 1 lane each direction, no street lights, dark. It's a rural road. I know, the staff has said, and no impact. They also say there was some impact, so it's a little bit confusing. But I think the biggest issue is the traffic impact is, you have to recognize all the traffic impact studies and how the state of California has moved to VMT versus just kind of common sense traffic. 90% of the traffic that will be generated from that track will go down Sunnyside Avenue. 95% will go down Sunnyside Avenue, a 2-lane, unlit road in the rural residential. You've got people transporting livestock vehicles, wildlife, stuff like that. Mr. Puschel cited the Dry Creek Preserve Master Plan as one of the authors of that. I'd like to kind of touch on why Sunnyside was identified as not a major road. It's because when Woodside Homes was trying to get their project through, they recognized, they came to the residents and said, look, how can we build a thematic element? How can we make our development consistent with the surrounding area? I don't know if that's a process that the applicant's gone through with the Quail Run area or not, but that's kind of the reason why in the Dry Creek Preserve Master Plan, we said Sunnyside's not a major road. It's a county road. City of Clovis doesn't have jurisdiction over it, but the City of Clovis is going to dump more traffic on that road. I mean, I'll give you kind of a picture of what it looks like. About 2 months ago, first week of school, my son goes to Century Elementary, just straight down Sunnyside, takes a bus home. Construction at that intersection was ongoing, at the intersection of Sunnyside and Shepherd. Clovis Unified decided they're just going to skip the bus route because they can't get through and it's not worth it. Clovis Unified eventually said, well, we're going to drop your kid off right at that S on Sunnyside. And we're up in kind of the dark green area and the pecan orchards up there. And I said, well, you're going to drop my 9-year-old son off at the little S. How is he going to get from there to our house? I said, he can walk down Sunnyside. I'm not going to do that. And that's really what we're talking about. That is a rural road. And by adding even one more car from the track, proposed track, it just makes it so much more dangerous. you know, now in the winter, it's dark, the rec bus drops off. We're supposed to let our kids walk on that road? There's no sidewalks, there's no bike lanes. So I'd really kind of recommend you guys really think a little bit more about the actual impact on Sunnyside, not VMT and all that other stuff. The common sense approach to what that track map is going to do to traffic on Sunnyside. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments before we move on? Do we have anyone online?
There are none online.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to offer the applicant for any final rebuttals.
Yes, good evening, honorable members of the commission, Chair Antuna. My name's John Kinsey, Wanger Jones Helsley, 265 East River Park Circle in Fresno. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I understand oftentimes that with development projects, there's concern about change and developers living up to commitments. And here we have a developer who's a known quantity. There are homes that are the exact same project mix, just right down the road on Clovis and Shepherd. This is a developer with a long history in Clovis and a bright future in Clovis. And they wouldn't have that if they did not honor their commitments. And I wanted to emphasize that because, you know, I have heard the concern in the room, and I think it's important to know that this is a developer who has a commitment to this community. And we're not just saying trust us. There was a draft EIR, chock with technical reports, and a final EIR that culminated in over 3,000 pages of environmental analysis. The city more than discharged its duty to review the environmental impacts of this project. Now, we understand there are concerns about environmental impacts, and I've obviously reviewed the letter from my colleagues at Remy Moose, many of whom I've worked with over the years, and none of the arguments that have been made change the conclusions in the environmental impact report. I do, just as a matter of process, want to object to the extent that some of those letters that were submitted late raised new comments that were not articulated in the 45-day public comment period. CEQA has that public comment period for a reason, and that's for city staff and for the environmental consultant to address comments on the document. And although CEQA may not require a response, I do want to address some of the comments in that letter, but also to address some of the comments that we've heard this evening, because I do think the, people who have concerns about these types of projects warrant a response. First of all, I wanted to talk about aesthetics, light and glare, pecan trees being a visual buffer. With respect to light and glare, there really are no unusual features of this project that would create unusual light and glare. Where does most light and glare come from? It comes from vehicle windshields. However, the vehicles that are going to utilize this project are primarily going to be parked inside in garages, covered spaces. That's what the EIR finds based on the evidence. In addition, to the extent there's traffic that results in that type of glare, that's designed for major thoroughfares. And the major thoroughfares that are going to be used are going to be toward the southern or adjacent sides of this project, not to the north, not toward those existing residential areas. And more importantly, with respect to streetlights and the like, the city code and the project contemplate that that's all going to be shielded downward. That's something that's required under your code. Now, oftentimes when I deal with light and glare, we need to graft on a mitigation measure that requires those lights to be shaded downward. Here, the city's been proactive and requires that as part of its code. Therefore, there won't be those significant impacts. I want to talk briefly about the pecan trees as a visual buffer. For the most part, they're no longer there. So they don't provide that buffer to the extent they even did. It just makes no economic sense to have those there, and therefore there really aren't that many trees that left there at all. I think it's just a few dozen right now. But the comments, and in particular the Remy Moose letter, I think overstate the value of those pecan trees as a buffer. This isn't a buffer like an ag belt. This is truly an ag island. If you look at the map, it's up right there. You have medium density residential to the west and the south, and you have rural residential to the north and the east. This is not surrounded by other ag uses. This is ag use on an island in an area that's not served by Fresno Irrigation District or any other water district that can provide an adequate, reliable water supply. So historically, it's had to rely upon those wells. And given the fact that this is not connected to any other ag use, its importance as a visual buffer, especially given that those trees don't make economic sense any longer. It just doesn't provide that aesthetic, any sort of aesthetic value, and the EIR found that. I want to talk briefly about air quality impacts because those were raised in the letter, specifically an alleged failure to analyze health risk, human health risk. First of all, the primary pollutants that were named in the letter were what Remy Moose calls ultrafine particles. Those are essentially fine particulate matter. That's another word, or at least one part of toxic air contaminants. Those are usually associated with diesel combustion engines, freeways, rail yards, industrial facilities. That's not this project. This project is a medium density residential project. It's not a freeway, it's not a rail yard, it's not heavy industry. In fact, the environmental consultants looked at this project, they performed an analysis, and they actually said, hey, this project doesn't even have the potential for significant adverse impacts, not even enough to warrant performing a health risk assessment. So they completely screened that out because this just isn't that type of project. I want to talk briefly about privacy. That's obviously been raised by several folks, and in particular, the concern about two-story houses. First of all, that's not an environmental impact. That's a social impact that isn't cognizable under CEQA. But obviously, I want to make sure that it's addressed. First of all, there are no lots that abut the existing Quail 18. And rather, what you're talking about is simply landscaping, internal streets, and the like. This is not a situation where there's going to be a lot line and a two-story house looking over a backyard. Noise impacts were also raised as a potential concern. And in particular, I think there was so noise impacts in the EIR, the primary reason for potential noise impacts is associated with vehicle traffic. But here, the environmental consultant actually did noise models, noise contours, and they found that where noise was going to occur was actually along Shepherd and Sunnyside. And that's where the mitigation is being required. And the EIR does, in fact, require mitigation for those potential impacts. So that's been addressed. The city's experts have required that mitigation, and it's being imposed. The areas where the neighbors are located are not the areas that the noise contours say there's going to be a problem. With respect to transportation impacts, the Remy Moose letter, criticizes the EIR for not including mitigation to reduce VMTs, but as the environmental consultant pointed out, the project does incorporate design features that are specifically designed to reduce those VMTs. The developer did that proactively. It didn't wait for some environmental analysis to come back and say, hey, you need to incorporate these mitigation measures. No, they did that on the front end and included augmented pedestrian infrastructure, in particular to connect to many of the trails in the area, improving street connectivity, bicycle infrastructure and improvements, electric vehicle parking and charging infrastructure. So the developer here was proactive. This wasn't a circumstance where they're simply waiting for mitigation to be imposed on them. I wanted to talk briefly about the Stanford exit. Obviously, that's an issue that's been raised on several occasions about, with concern by some of the neighbors. First of all, I think, as it's been noted, that's supposed to be exit only. It's been required by the fire department. And my understanding is that the developer originally didn't propose that. It wasn't going to propose an exit there. But it was required, so it has to do that. However, that area that's actually going to be able to utilize that exit, that's only plus or minus 100 lots. It's not the entirety of the development. It's a very small, contained, gated community that will, in theory, have access. But again, that's the northern part of the project. It's not an area of the project where it makes the most sense for people to seek ingress and egress. Rather, that's going to be on the southern part of the project where people try to get to Shepherd, because that's the major thoroughfare. I also wanted to address Sunnyside. There were some concerns about that being, the traffic counts being potentially inaccurate because of the connection to commercial from Sunnyside. When the traffic engineers looked at this project, they not only look at connectivity to freeways and then basically put on blinders and don't look at anything else. Traffic engineers look at a wide variety of circumstances when they look at what improvements are going to be required by a project, where the trips are going to go. It's not just where the freeways are located, it's also where people need to go for their daily goods and services. And in this case, it wasn't just the city's environmental consultant, it was the city staff as well as county staff that said the impacts to Sunnyside south of Shepherd are not going to be significant. I also wanted to address groundwater recharge and some of the issues with respect to the wells. Obviously, we're sympathetic to the issues that folks are having with respect to their wells. That's something that, frankly, I see up and down the valley, and that, Sigma is, really trying to correct. That being said, those are current conditions, and all the technical evidence that we have in the environmental impact report actually points to the fact that this project is going to vastly benefit groundwater supplies. Now, why is that? First of all, we're taking wells out of commission. Those wells are adjacent to the neighborhood. So it stands to reason that all those wells that have been extracting water adjacent to the neighborhood, those are no longer going to be there tapping the water supplies. Instead, this development is receiving water from a completely different location, from the city's existing municipal production wells, and that's going to be piped in through the city's infrastructure to this neighborhood. So it's illogical to assume that by removing groundwater wells from the project site adjacent to the neighbors, and instead extracting groundwater from a completely different location, that somehow groundwater supplies in the vicinity will get worse. But that's not the only benefit. We have a use here with this project that's going to use 400 acre-feet less per year. And just so you have a sense of the magnitude of that, an acre-foot is the amount of water that you could spread across an acre a foot deep. And not just one of those, 400 acre-feet per year is how much less this project is going to use compared to a pecan orchard. So in addition to having groundwater extractions at a completely different location and having less water use in the amount of 400 acre-feet per year, I submit that adds up to a net benefit to this community. And I did want to address, there was a suggestion that Mr. Schmidt's report suggested there was going to be an impact to the adjacent neighborhood. That, frankly, is read out of context. What Mr. Schmidt, or what Dr. Schmidt, I'm sorry, I apologize, Dr. Schmidt. What he was saying is that by impact, he means that the two are connected. And the impact's actually going to be positive. And if you read his report, he supports exactly what I'm saying, that there will be less water usage on site, and the water that's extracted will come from a completely different location, and therefore there will be no environmental impact. In addition, there have been assertions that the fact that this is going to be hardscape in streets, for example, will result in there not being recharge on the property. Frankly, that doesn't matter. There is still going to be impervious surfaces such as yards there on the project site that will allow recharge, but the most important thing is that there's 400 acre feet that is not going to be extracted from the ground adjacent to this neighborhood. Also heard some concerns about the compatibility between large lots and high-density residential. I myself am an owner of a large lot adjacent to a bunch of high-density residential, and I frankly think we're pretty good neighbors. I'm also live a stone's throw from Elevations Development, and which is also a group of good neighbors. And and I think that's ultimately what the neighbors are going to experience in this particular instance as well. So why density? Why are we seeking medium density? Well, of course, the world has changed. The state won't allow cities, developers to develop at the densities that are favored by the neighbors. That's just, that world is no longer in existence. We're in the middle of the worst housing crisis in our state, the worst housing crisis that we've ever faced, and we need to increase our inventory to comply with state law and to provide homes for our children. We want them to move back to our communities, to move back to the valley, but they can't do so unless there's a housing inventory for the middle class. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
No questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing portion of our meeting. At this time, we ask if staff want to clarify any of the comments regarding the public testimony.
No, not at this time.
Thank you very much. Then we'll go ahead and bring it back to the commission for deliberation. Okay.
Sorry, I actually do have a question. Can you tell us when in the timeline were the neighbors actually given or a track map for the first time? Do you have that information, George?
I do not have that information in front of me as to when the first track map was provided to the neighbors. I will have to research that and get back to the
Okay, so
commission.
just to put it in perspective then, did they have a track map and at least one track map before all of the draft EIR was given and they had a chance to respond? Because we've gotten information tonight that seems like they didn't know what this was going to look like. So I'm just concerned with the timing of when they knew this information.
I'll refer to the applicant on that.
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that. My understanding is the track map was provided in draft form in November of 22. Obviously, that's the same document that appeared in the with the draft EIR.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm sorry, I'll just remind everyone that the public session has already been closed. Thank you.
The applicant had a proposed version of the track map during the neighborhood meeting on August 30th.
Thank you, George.
Was that proposed version very similar to this version? I'm just trying to make sure that it was similar. Okay, that answers my question.
It's been said that a few years ago there was 1 house per acre, and a few years later there was 2 houses per acre, 4 houses per acre. Well, as time changes, our densities have been changing. I don't know if you've been watching Sacramento. They could care less about the Clovis way of life. They have an agenda that they are working on. There are 2 bills in committee Well, first off, in 2019, they did away with single-family zoning. If I live next to you, I can put 2 ADUs in my backyard. A good example of this is go down to Villa and Sierra and look at the northwest corner. There's 4 houses in this lot now. Each house has 2 ADUs. So that's 12 houses on one lot because they have the right to do that, Sacramento says. Anyway, there's 2 bills, my understanding, in committee that want to change zoning to allow me to put in developments up to 5 stories and 50 units or more, because they want to address affordable housing and the homeless. And they feel this is the way to do it. The heck with the Clovis way of life. So you need to look at what's going on, keep track of it, and do what you can to stop it. But right now, there is no way to stop what Sacramento wants the city of Clovis to look like. A good example, you can go down to places in LA, and they already have this. They have this huge development. They call it massive development. And it's coming. If you stop this building project, let's say in a year, 2 years, they may be able to come back and put these 5-story units on it. So you might be better off saying, hey, let's run with what we got, because Sacramento is going to change this development by right. Trust me, it's going to happen. They're in the process of doing away with this planning commission because they want to make all the decisions in Sacramento, not in Clovis. Okay. Subsoiling and hardpan. Years ago, I used to be in subsoiling, and I did quite a bit of subsoiling up around that area. And the hardpan varies from 2 to 4 feet. So there's all the different areas around there have different absorption of water on it, depending on where you're at. They addressed that there will be cinder block walls between the 18 homes in this development, so that'll keep some of your privacy on it. And there'll be a trail and a road along that fence, and the houses will be far away from you. They addressed the water supply. How it's actually gonna help you. In the future, Clovis Avenue is scheduled to go all the way to Copper and beyond Copper in the future up to, I think it's 42, that's going to run across the top up there. That's in the general plan right now on it. I'd like to thank the developers in this project for putting in a park for handicapped people. This park is designed for those with handicap to have somewhere to go and do things. It was brought up about parks that have high crime rates and stuff. I think if you look, those crime rates came from major parks like Dry Creek, not community parks. And community parks don't have the same type of participation as the major parks have. So you won't find those in the community parks. There's a community park near my house that is very quiet, has a lot of participation from the kids and stuff in the neighborhood, but it's quiet and virtually there's nothing going on it. Parrot and Sunnyside, it was stated that that was a bad intersection. North of Sunnyside, Parrot is a dead-end road. so they don't have the traffic that comes off of Perrin and Sunnyside and makes that left and right-hand turn on it. That's the main things. Let's see, I have my other notes here. That's the main things I needed to address.
Have any more discussion on this between commissions? Thank you.
Okay. Wow. I've got pages of notes here. I guess right off the top, I just want to thank everyone for thoughtfully and respectfully presenting all of your positions tonight, the facts, the opinions. We totally appreciate your feedback. It's so important to us. I'm born and raised here in Clovis. I've been here my entire life. I got on this commission so that we could be thoughtful, excuse me, about how Clovis builds out. I think many folks here said, you know, I'm not objecting to these projects, but we want to see them be compatible. So I think folks here have been very fair-minded and are trying to work together. I'd like to see a lot more of that as we go forward. I think that's what makes Clovis great. The applicant, Wilson, has a great reputation here, no doubt. They've built some great products. They got quality homes and I think have a reputation of following through on their commitments, so no question about that. I think philosophically, there may be some differences in terms of how Clovis builds out. Personally, I'm a proponent of focusing on some of the master planned communities, notably the one that is Heritage Grove. I think, you know, there was a lot of time and efforts and thoughtfulness put into Heritage Grove, and we really haven't seen a lot of movement there. So I'm not sure what the drivers are for why we're not building out in Heritage and we're trying to pivot to projects like this, but it concerns me. And it concerns me because those of you that may remember Loma Vista, it got off to a start and then it didn't build out for a long time. We're just now seeing some commercial things go in out there because the densities have finally built out enough to support businesses in the area. And I think it's possible we could be in that situation again here if we start kind of shotgunning development all over and not really following some of these master planned communities. I guess I'll also affirm the city. As much as I don't think any of us particularly like trying to sift through as many documents as we got here today. But it's really important that we have all this information in front of us. You know, we want to get it right. So even though it's late, I want to take it under consideration. I think that's prudent. And so, George, I affirm you that, you know, we need to respond. The city needs to respond to these concerns, notably the ones in the Remy Moose Manley letter here. I guess I'll just use that as a segue to go into the concerns for the EIR that, excuse me, were raised in that letter do give me pause. I think there's things that need to be responded to there formally, and I think that was acknowledged by the consultant here who spoke to us as well. I need to see that. I need to be able to understand that more in order to provide support for that. Shepherd access, I think this commission has approved an existing right-in, right-out. The last one I recall was the Lennar development that's west of Sunnyside and south of Shepherd there. That was actually an existing street that was a right-in, if I recall. The proposed track map was going to take that away. There was a lot of concerns on traffic circulation, how things could be problematic going out Clovis Avenue. And after a careful deliberation, I think we felt that it was best to leave that or keep that back in there. In this instance, I live just outside the area, but in the vicinity. So I travel this road often. I think Shepherd is troublesome there right now. I think everyone would agree. But I'm not in favor of an access point, I think, onto Shepherd, right in, right out, and especially not a left turn. I think that's really going to be trouble. There's just, I'm trying to visualize the 4 lanes, the curb to curb, but boy, it just, there's something that's jawing at me saying that's not the right thing to do here. There's been a lot of comments tonight about traffic. I know referencing this particular Lennar development, the right-in, right-out off of Shepherd, there was a lot of concern that traffic coming out was going to immediately turn right after it went onto Shepherd and go out Sunnyside. I think that's probably happened. I see a lot more traffic. I travel Sunnyside myself, getting to my home or leaving there. So I hear the concerns about traffic. I'm concerned about the traffic going through the neighborhoods as well. I too try to travel out Fowler, get to Beeheimer. It's a disaster. So we've got to think this through. I guess one other comment, there was a comment tonight, and Commissioner Hinkle talked a lot about, laws that are being passed in Sacramento, how much control is being taken from us locally. It is very true that we are required to conform or to provide RHNA numbers, regional housing needs numbers, and so we have existing land zoned to support these higher densities. The city of Clovis doesn't build housing, right? We zone it, we make it available, and then builders come in and say, yep, I like that density in that area, I want to build that product there. So tonight we would be essentially voting to say we want to create more density in an area that's not currently zoned for that. Those are certainly things that have been done. I tend to agree. I think this is quite a jump, going from rural to the medium-high density. And I guess that takes me maybe to my last point here, which is I like the diverse mix of home products that Wilson is putting out. I think it's good, but I do think there needs to be a softening in density. I look at the Woodside development that went in there off of Fowler and Teague, and I think that was a good middle ground that helped integrate existing with new. I think that's really important. I understand the emotional side of this for many folks. It's your homes. But I also hear people being objective, saying, hey, we understand there's going to be growth, there's going to be development, but let's do it thoughtfully. I think there is a way to, developers take a lot of risk. They have to put out a lot of money to be able to bring these products to bear and hope people buy them. But as much as there's a demand for high density and producing lots of houses to deal with the housing crisis, there's a lot of people that want to live in Clovis, and there's a lot of people who want larger homes and larger lots. We saw that with Whisper Creek. We saw that with Woodside. I think there's a product for that too, and this might be the right area to do that. So those are my comments, and I'll send it back to you.
Just on your thinking on the exit onto Shepherd, the left turn going east on Shepherd into that project, that is something the fire department has asked for access to that development. Okay, so they can either get into it going west, into it, or if they're coming east, they can get into that development.
As it's currently established.
Yes, that's why it's like that.
Can I clarify that a little bit? The left on Shepherd is not a given. That is still under the purview of the city engineer. What's before us right now is just an intersection access that would grant right in and right out only. Fire's concern was about the access to Perrin and Stanford. They liked the porosity and the access to Shepherd, but they weren't weighing in on the left, the eastbound left into the property.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay. I want to refer back to some comments that Commissioner Bedstead made. I want to thank you all for coming out. It's very late. I know everybody has to work tomorrow, but it is very important for us to hear all of you and know what the concerns are, because a lot of these documents we just received 4 or 5 days ago. So reading through 3,000 pages is a lot. So to know some of your concerns is very helpful in our decision making. I agree with Commissioner Bedstead on many of his points. I have concerns with the jump in density. It seems pretty extreme, at least for the elevations portion of it. Personally, I know we've had discussions in the past, just as a commission in general, with more gated communities and specifically communities that have no sidewalks and little to no driveways. We want Clovis to be walkable. We want it to be safe. And to me, those are not products that promote safety and walkability for people with children.
So I have a concern with that. I've raised that many times. So for that portion, I have concerns on that part of it. But just the density in general, I think is a pretty big jump for me to just jump on board and say, yeah, we should do it, given that Heritage Grove is right there and we haven't really started yet. And we've already seen changes to what they want to build in Heritage Grove. Sorry, I have a lot of notes I'm trying to read as well. I'm going back to it. I know there's been a lot of discussion about Shepherd and what it will look at full build-out. I have, just like Commissioner Betts said, a lot of concerns with that because full build-out will not be for quite some time. That's not going to be when this first gets built. So I have concerns with the streets out there as they stand now, but bringing them into the city with annexation, not having that built out, and specifically not having anything done from what I can see, or to great totality on Perrin, if you make an exit up there, to have that many cars coming out onto a tiny two-lane road that has no stripes, I have some serious concerns with that. I think there needs to be a lot more thought and consideration put into that. I do think that there was a lot of things that were brought to us today in comments that came from, I believe, Quail Run, 18-year attorneys. There was a lot of things in there that made me pause, that I thought, oh, I have to go back and read that 3,000 pages again because maybe I missed something. So I think that the city, I think staff really needs to go back and take a look at some of that. For me, right now, I can't stand behind a lot of these recommendations today because of my concerns. I just think there's too many outstanding questions and too many things that need to be looked at.
So, thank you for everybody for coming out tonight and being respectful. I really appreciate that. This was a lot for us to digest in 4 days. I think as some of my colleagues already said. One of the things, I do get the feeling that we're a bit ahead of our skis on this. I know there was a lot of people talked about a pause. There's been a lot of input. I saw that there was a community meeting in August. It would have been nice to attend that for myself, just to get a little more context on this. One of the things I did, I took a plethora of notes, but I won't bore you with all those, but I'll give you the highlights that kind of emphasize my point here. One of the things that I think Mr. McMurdy said was that there were overriding considerations about VMT. And he said they were unmitigable. And so that really worries me. I was really concerned about traffic. I go down Shepherd quite a bit. I live in that neighborhood every day, and it's a mess in the morning. And matter of fact, depending on the time that I leave, I have to go a different way if I'm leaving a little late. So it affects how I get to work every day. I'm also a cyclist. I go back, a lot of those roads back there, I ride, and they are tight, and they're really tight. And I can't imagine having that many houses back there and that many families and that not impacting traffic, and especially on Sunnyside. And I know there was a lot of studies saying that Sunnyside would not be impacted. My recommendation is that we take another look at that because I don't feel comfortable. I don't have a warm fuzzy about that. I think people will use that, and it's being used quite a bit. I mean, I go down that road to get to Del Taco, so I know, that it's being used, and I know that it's dark, and so there's no sidewalks there. So again, like I said, I have a feeling, I just feel that we're a bit ahead of our skis on this. I'd like to kind of maybe take a look at this a little more. There's like 3,000 pages we had to read in 4 days. That's a lot, and so that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Thank you for that. Again, thank you all for coming out. It is very important for you to come and voice your opinions and concerns, and that we get to hear them. It helps round out more of what we're looking at. It's not just a document, but we put faces to how this is affecting everyone. I agree with some of what my fellow commissioners have stated. But I also am very familiar with the EIR process, and I know that a lot of work is put into that, and these are not just numbers that are just thrown out there. There's a lot. It takes a very long time to get this document ready, and it's quite expensive for anyone to get it done. So I work with EIRs when I do my analysis on different projects, and I use them as a very effective tool. So we can't just throw it out and say that, they don't know what they're talking about. They actually are very precise in what they do. So I just want to put that out there, that these documents are done by professionals who are very good at their craft, and it's a good tool. So we can't just dismiss it. As far as the density, I understand that, I mean, you're out there and you love where you live, and I get that. But I also think that it is important to have diverse housing in Clovis, and not just within, where we want apartments to be, or not just where we want, put that there, don't put it in our neighborhood. I love to see mixed type of housing, and I think it's important to be able to have individuals who are middle class, which is almost disappearing, I think, that can live out in a neighborhood like this. They don't have to spend, $1 million. They can live in this area and spend maybe half of that. So I think it's a good product. Wilson has been an amazing developer in our community. As far as the traffic, I do have concerns on that, regardless of what, I drove that whole area, and I've driven that area in the past also, and I do have concerns as far as the road width, the no lines, lack of mitigating measures, to slow down traffic, and it is going to bring a lot of issues. So I share the concerns with my fellow commissioners as far as what the traffic will be like for the current and future residents of this development. I don't know that I would completely dismiss this project altogether. I think it's a good product as far as it's thought out and what they are presenting. But I do think that concerns for the current residents should be addressed. And I know that they did not meet the open comment period for the EIR because you just provided it today. And these documents are all public, so they are out there for you to look at. And possibly these issues could have been addressed. But I did hear the city will respond to them regardless of the timeline. So I was happy about that. So I'm kind of in the middle because I do think it's a good product. I do think that the developer has done their due diligence in making sure that they could provide a product that would be beneficial to our community, because not everyone can afford to live in 2 or 5 acre lots, but should be able to live in an area like that if they chose to. And like I said, the documents that were provided and all the studies, I know that they do a lot of work to be able to make sure that those are accurate, or as accurate as possible. So, yeah, I'm in the middle as far as that goes. So, don't know if we entertain a motion to approve. It sounds like we have some people who are not ready to do that. So, Dave, I will ask for your direction on this.
Yeah, just a couple of general comments. And I appreciate as the council or as the commission has expressed the contributions from the community here this evening, and I appreciate the commission's dialogue as well. From staff's perspective, a couple of things to note. And one is that there may be a tendency, and I think I heard it expressed, to look at this as I don't know that these exact words were said, but an unnecessary expansion of the sphere at this point, or why would we be looking at a sphere expansion when Heritage Grove is just getting underway? And I don't think we're looking at an either or situation. I think we're looking at an and situation. There is nothing sacrosanct about the existing sphere or the existing general plan that says that Heritage Grove has to be built out before another project can be considered. There's a process to consider both of those things. And this is it. I mean, we're in that process. And the baseline that staff would suggest you consider as a policy perspective is how do those things relate to the other general plan goals and policies? We've outlined for you in the staff report what we believe are the relationships between the existing general plan and this project. We think that the general plan supports the proposals. The issue of compatibility, compatibility is one of those things it's probably in the eye of the beholder. There's not a magic formula that many of us can apply and say, okay, that's compatible, that's not compatible. I think when we want to compare compact single-family lots to the adjacent rural residential lots, well, we say, well, maybe that's not the best thing. But if we compare the proposed lot configuration to components of what's planned in Heritage Grove, or what's even existing just south of Shepherd Avenue, it's not dissimilar from what is in the immediate area and what's planned for the immediate area. So in terms of how we utilize land, I would suggest that comparing it to the rural residential lots is not the only point of comparison, even to what's existing and planned in the surrounding area. The consideration of environmental findings, and you have acknowledged, I think George might have said 3 or 4 times, these are late comments. You don't have to ignore them. Neither do you have to give them the same weight as comments that were received as part of the draft EIR. What our consultant has said is that he has not identified any flaws in the environmental document that are identified by those or suggested by those comments. I think you've heard primarily the same conclusion from the applicant's attorney this evening here. So on that basis, I would suggest, at least from a staff perspective, that you give those comments concern, but you do so in the way of further directing or further recommending to the council that those comments be responded to in particular form for the council's consideration. Under California environmental law, the EIR is the most intensive document that we prepare. This is it. What I have described it to people sometimes is that it's kind of an unfulfilling document particularly for surrounding neighbors to any project that don't particularly want the project to happen. Because it's the job of the EIR to conduct kind of an objective evaluation and to provide that sort of absent of subjective flavoring of what a person might think is the case. And then comments are provided and responses to those comments are generated, and the responses basically are doubled down on the unfulfilling nature, because they basically say, well, we understand you think that, but that's not what the analysis supports. And so we hire a certified smart guy in the form of de novo, and they hire smart people as their subs, and they give us the answers, and that's the basis that we have to make those decisions on. To base decisions on what, with all due respect, what we believe anecdotally, I think is irresponsible of us as an organization. I reserve the right to have my own opinions anecdotally from time to time, but cautiously, that's why we have these intensive environmental documents. This evening, as George pointed out, we think there's enough information for the commission to make a decision. Our recommendation is unchanged from what appears in the staff report, with the exception of the track map revised revised, resolution that's been presented to you. So our recommendation is to approve, each of the resolutions. But we understand that, for whatever reason, if you're not quite there, we would still encourage you to take your final action this evening. And even if that has to be denial because you're not ready, we would encourage you to take an action this evening and allow this project to go to the council.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a question, I guess, a couple of clarifying comments. I personally don't have a problem with this sphere of influence change or even the annexation. My concern more has to do with the density, which, again, I know that we see that a lot, and we see jumps of 2 to 3 steps, but more so regarding the traffic. And even though there's been traffic studies, everything is stated at full build-out. And if you're going to start building homes and putting homes in and having people exit onto a 2-lane street, unless there's some assurance that that's going to be done prior to these people moving in and living there, I have concerns with the traffic study. And granted, I know they pay these people a lot of money and they know a lot more than I do, but I would just have concerns personally with the traffic the way it stands. I don't know if you guys can speak to that, if there is anything like, yes, the build-out's going to be done first, when consecutively things are going to be done. But in terms, I mean, traffic was a huge issue tonight.
That might be best answered by the Wilson team. I mean, I've been given scenarios, but I hear your concerns, and maybe the Wilson team wants to respond to that. Okay. As far as timing of Shepherd.
Yes, if Wilson team would like to respond, that would be appreciated.
And if you can address not just Shepherd, but also Perrin as well.
All right. Jeff Harris, representing Wilson Homes, address 7550 North Palm in Fresno. I cannot assure the Planning Commission of when Shepherd Avenue is going to be built. As Sean knows very well, he's been really doing a fabulous job of working primarily with PG&E to facilitate the construction on Shepherd. The goal is to get it done early. We would like to have had it done to begin sequentially with the land prep. PG&E is designing the Shepherd Avenue improvements. The utilities have to go into it. And I'll be real blunt, they are unpredictable. We don't have any control over PG&E. The state doesn't have any control over PG&E. They operate in their own good timing, and we do not know when that will occur. Having said that, one thing that's important, and I think really Sean should speak to it more than me, is the commission needs to be reminded of how street improvements do occur. And street improvements are going to be dependent on adjacent development occurring. So it isn't a feasible scenario to say on any street, well, we want to see the street improvements first and then the development to come later. It doesn't work that way. What you do is you condition projects to do these improvements, and they get done as quickly as they possibly can during the development process, any development. So I don't think it's feasible to expect that the city would be going out there and improving Shepherd Avenue if there's not some project, ours or someone else's project adjacent to it. It'll stay pretty much as is. As will the sewer force main that's necessary for the continued growth in Heritage Grove that needs to be built along this frontage, as will the non-potable water line that is necessary for Heritage Grove growth that needs to be built along this frontage. This frontage is actually very critical. Again, whether it's Wilson or some other developer, this frontage is a critical component actually of continuing development in the Heritage Grove area. Just a good reminder. As it pertains to Perrin, I assume you mean the exit up onto Perrin, and there's not really anything that we have planned there. we designed a project that didn't go that way. We proposed to funnel, the development, all of the development traffic, either over onto Sunnyside to the roundabout that's already partially constructed, or down to the new Shepherd Avenue, access that we have proposed. That was quite intentional to push the traffic down there. The fire department, and I'm sure for all the right reasons, has said, no, we don't think that that's appropriate. We need to have emergency access up here. We said, fine. We would build an emergency access only. And again, I think quite rationally, the fire department said, yeah, we're not doing that anymore, not on this project or any other project. We haven't had good luck with that. And the reason the fire department, as I understand it, and again, Sean, please correct me if I state something incorrect, but my understanding is that the fire department has had a bad experience with gates being operational when there's a problem. So they pull up and the darn thing doesn't work. Well, it might not have worked for years, but nobody knew because no one went in and out of it. So the fire department has determined that having that gate being used regularly will keep it operational, because the residents won't be very happy if their gate stops working. So that's all I can tell you about up onto Perrin. We don't have any particular improvements that are going out onto that county road. Did that help at all?
No, it did.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And we are aware that, full build out is when the rest of the development is done.
Right.
But not all of the neighbors may know that.
Right.
And
So
my point is, now there's a plan that, not necessarily on you guys, that is now going to dump potentially hundreds or whatever cars onto a street that now has no development.
yeah,
we're not going to debate it. I know I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's my point.
You read the traffic study. You know what
Yeah.
the 15 units or whatever it was that
Yeah.
goes out onto the street every day. But Shepherd Avenue, I really want to, I sound like I'm being critical. I want to compliment Sean. He's really worked very, very, very hard, probably other staff too that I'm not aware of, in trying to facilitate the early construction of Shepherd. Lennar has some additional improvements that they have to put in, that their project is conditioned with, to go under the Enterprise Canal. That's what we will be tying in if the project is approved, to bring the force main and the sewer and the like further to the east. The reason their work hasn't been done, I understand, is because the Fresno Irrigation District has their timing, which constrains it. So you have entities and agencies that are beyond the scope of the city of Clovis that are really controlling the timeline of those.
Thank you.
Okay, so maybe if I could summarize in another way, a lot of times those offsite improvements are costly and they can sometimes get pushed back to the end. But in this case, this project is actually trying to do their best to put this in place as early as possible. And there's just a lot of moving pieces, and they're in play already. And if everything falls in line, they will build Shepherd as early as it possibly can. Yeah, it's noted that dumping traffic onto a two-lane road at any point of a project is problematic.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any further comments? Okay, we'll entertain a motion. Okay, well, I will motion then. Consider approval of resolution of the City of Clovis Planning Commission recommending that the City Council, 1, certify the final project environmental impact report for the Shepherd North project, 2, adopt CEQA findings of fact, a statement of overriding consideration, and 3, adopt mitigating measures, mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Chair Antuna, second by Commissioner Hinkle, to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council certify the EIR and make the related findings. Chair Antuna?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Bedstead?
No.
Commissioner Hatcher?
No.
Commissioner Hebert.
No.
Motion fails 3-2. That has the effect of failing to recommend that the council certify the EIR.
Okay, item 2, consider approval resolution.
Madam Chair, if I can suggest, the Commission's adopted rules and procedures seek to have an affirmative resolution approved. If there's an alternative resolution that would result in a recommendation not to certify the EIR, then I think the council would appreciate a clear determination.
Dave, just a clarification. So this one is citing that to finalize the EIR, correct? I mean, that's all that this is stating, is that we want to approve the findings of the EIR. It's factual.
The resolution at your consideration is would recommend that the council certify the EIR and make all of the related findings.
I just want to clarify, this is not approving the project or anything else. This is just the document itself, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So even though, sorry, I have a question. Even though staff has stated they're going to provide responses to the questions regarding the EIR, that would then change. So what would we would still be certifying what isn't going to then be a complete document, correct?
You're basing your decision on the information that you have available to you this evening. If you wanted to add to your motion, including a detailed response to the comment letters that were received as late comments, you could do so and include it in your motion.
That's what I was listening for, Dave, is I'm hearing you ask us as a body to give the council some direction. I can't vote tonight in favor of the EIR because it's so cloudy to me, given the information that was late breaking to us. I think that needs to be answered and addressed before I personally am comfortable, and seemingly some of the other commissioners probably feel the same way. So I guess my recommendation to council would be, if they choose to certify it, I think that should be done so after the concerns that were in the letter have been responded to, and then the council can make their determinations based on how they perceive or view those responses. Does that help? I mean,
I think it helps that I understand your perspective. I'm
Yeah.
not sure that it helps in terms of an underlying motion by the commission.
So let me ask you this then. Sorry. Oh my God. If we were confident that the questions were answered and given to council, would that in turn change any of our vote in terms of saying we would then agree to it if those were answered adequately? It's not going to come back to us. It's going to go to council for decision, regardless of how we vote. So we're not going to see this again in this form, per se.
correct.
So I guess my question would be to any of us, would it change our vote if we were to say, if those questions are answered and council is satisfactory with it, or do we all think we should vote to deny the approval of the EIR and then recommend that council still get answers to those questions? Does that make sense?
I'm comfortable with voting yes on this specific item because it's a due process to be able to get to where we're at as far as the certification of the document. The document itself is not going to change. The findings are the findings. The only thing that could possibly change if we include it is that these letters that came in this afternoon would be included as a response in this document. Am I correct, Dave?
I think so. You might have lost me.
Okay. The findings of the EIR findings are the findings. Those are not going to change regardless if these comment letters came in or not, correct? The council is certifying the EIR and its findings, correct?
It's possible that based on a detailed review that we may add content to the findings. Matt, I don't know if you want to, from the city attorney's office, if you want to chime in on that point, whether it's possible that we would modify the findings based on a detailed response to these late comments.
So my understanding is that they could still make comments up until the final public hearing on the actual approval of the project. So I think what would be happening here is, regardless of how the planning commission votes tonight, whether they recommend approval or deny approval, like at the end of the day, the staff is already prepared to begin responding to those comments, and all the information and all the answers to the questions that were raised tonight from everyone's public comments and also the letter from the law firm are going to be put before the city council before a decision is made. And I think, speaking to Chair Antuna's question regarding whether the findings or anything would change, I think based on everything that the staff and consultants and everyone in proposing the project have been consistent in saying that no, that those findings wouldn't change. Even looking at the letters and even all the comments that came in, the findings would still be the same. A lot of the issues raised, even in the letter, I think the consultant or from De Novo had said that it came in today, so we hadn't had time to file a written formal response, but there wasn't anything that he noticed that would cause anything to change. Because these issues, according to staff, according to the consultant, have been evaluated. And so, to answer your question in a long-winded way, I don't believe that what happens here, and even with the comment letter, I don't think that would change the findings of fact, or that wouldn't change that.
What happens if we amended it stating that, subject to, information given to planning department be presented to council?
I still don't think that, you could do that. You could motion to approve pending, contingent upon that all these things be addressed. I still believe even if you didn't do that, staff is already going to respond to those comments and is already going to put that in front of the city council. Before the city council's decision's made, they're going to be apprised of all the facts in there. Exactly, yeah.
Sorry, I guess that goes full circle though. So I thought I heard you asking for something different, Dave, like to make, to give the council some sort of direction or help them understand why we are or aren't in favor. But I think at this point, the vote's been made. It's 3-2, the motion failed. It's going to council now. When it goes to council, George is committed that there's going to be a response to these things. I guess you could debate whether it's going to change or not. Maybe it will. I don't know. I think that's possible.
To be clear, what we always seek, and it's an intent, not necessarily an absolute requirement, is for there to be the adoption of a resolution. In this case, it'd be an affirmative vote. In this case, recommending, if the majority held here, it would be a vote to recommend that the council not certify the EIR. But if that's not the intent either, then I think we can fast forward to providing an explanation of what the commission's feedback was, or at least a portion of the commission's feedback was, that based on the lack of details about some important comments or presumably important comments, that you felt uncomfortable taking a final action, taking your action.
Well, I've already stated it. That's my position.
Okay, just throwing it out there. So I know that you want us to now take a vote saying that we do not certify. My question to you is, given that it appears, regardless of what the answers are going to be, it doesn't seem like the EIR is going to change. So it's going to go to city council. is there any other, I don't know, not mitigating factor, but is there anything else that we can stipulate? Because most of the EIR I don't have a problem with. I have a problem with some of the traffic. I have a huge concern with that. Is there anything else that we can do so that we don't have to necessarily fail an EIR that says there has to be a different type of traffic study, there needs to be some sort of, I mean, is there anything else, or is it pass or fail?
I think you are having to make a decision based on what's in front of you this evening. You have a little bit of flexibility to, if you take a vote affirmatively, you know, to recommend approval or to recommend denial, you can provide an additional statement that we can incorporate into the resolution telling the council, you know, we didn't like it, but we suggest you consider this, or we did like it, but we suggest you consider this. I think beyond either one of those things, I can't think of a way to get you past it.
Well, and just to clarify, the EIR is going to be, it's not necessarily project specific. It is that correct or is that not correct? That this EIR is tied to this specific 605?
It is.
Okay, so, okay. Then, in light of that, I will make a motion to not affirm or not certify the final project environmental impact report, and not adopt the CEQA findings of fact, or adopt the mitigating monitoring and reporting program. No, you voted to affirm it. I'm voting to not affirm it. That's what you said, right? You want to vote saying?
Yeah, preferably if we can have a vote providing a clear statement of intent from the council to the council. That's what we're looking for.
So we voted to approve it, and that failed. So now we have to actually take a vote to say that it failed. And that was my.
That's what I'm saying.
That was.
If that's what you mean, then that's what.
Well, that's what you're asking for, correct?
Yep.
Okay. I was gonna say, make sure I got that right.
So I think what we're all looking here for is a motion a motion to approve a resolution recommending that the city council does not certify final EIR, does not adopt the CEQA finding, and does not adopt the mitigating reporting program.
Isn't that what I said?
Yes, I just want to confirm that. I just want to confirm because I think we're all kind of. I just wanted to split it out there just so we're all on the same. So we're all on the same page. We want per the rules, the Plan Commission's own rules. They're looking for a motion that's approving something. So you're approving a resolution to deny. I know that sounds backwards, but I think that should provide the clarity. And like you said, Commissioner, that I think your motion is.
So do you want me to restate that?
You can say so moved.
So moved. There we go.
Yeah.
Anybody want a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hatcher, second by Commissioner Hebert, to recommend to the City Council that they do not certify the EIR and make the related findings. Commissioner Hatcher.
Yes.
Commissioner Hebert.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle.
No.
Commissioner Bedstead.
Yes.
Chair Antuna.
No.
That motion passes 3-2. The City Council, or the Planning Commission, has recommended that the City Council not certify the EIR and make the related findings.
Dave, as a clarification, or our city attorney, we'll have to go through the entire process of it. If each time we vote it fails, we have to go through the process of that happening and then making another motion.
That's my preference, yes.
Okay, very good. Okay. Consider approval Resolution 23 GPA 2021-006, a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a request to amend the circulation element of the general plan to allow for the placement of a Shepherd Avenue access point on the north side of Shepherd Avenue between North Sunnyside and North Fowler Avenues.
Make a motion to approve. I'll
Motion by Commissioner Antunes, second by Commissioner Hinkle, to adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approve a request to amend the circulation element to allow for the placement of a Shepherd Avenue access. Commissioner Antunes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle,
Yes.
Commissioner Bedstead,
No.
Commissioner Hatcher,
No.
Commissioner Hebert.
Nope.
Motion fails. Is there an alternative motion?
I request to make a motion. I don't want to say that. That the city council deny a request, is that right? To deny a request to amend the circulation element? Okay. Do you want me to read the rest of that?
Second.
No, we read it. Yeah, we did.
We have a motion and a second? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hatcher and a second by Commissioner Hebert to adopt a resolution recommending the City Council deny a request to amend the circulation element to allow for the placement of a Shepherd Avenue access. Commissioner Hatcher?
Yes.
Commissioner Hebert?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle?
No.
Commissioner Bedstead?
Yes.
Commissioner Antunes?
No.
Motion passes. The effect is to adopt a resolution recommending the City Council deny the Shepherd Avenue access general plan amendment.
And just to be clear, if the Planning Commission's planning on doing the same thing for the rest of these, you could just, on your first instance, make a motion recommending that they do not do the action, like we've been doing, but in the first instance, you don't have to deny the first one and then do the second one. You could just do the denial the first time kind of thing.
Were you asking for something different though, Dave, because the city's recommendation is to approve? You want to hear us address the city's recommendation first?
No, Matt is exactly correct. If it's the wish of the commission, you can make that motion first.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on, consider approval resolution 23 GPA 2021-005, a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a request to amend the land use element of the general plan for the development area, approximately 77 acres, from the rural residential land use designation to the medium-high density residential land use designation.
Second.
We have a motion by Chair Antunes, second by Commissioner Hinkle, to adopt a resolution recommending that the council approve an amendment to the land use element, changing the existing rural residential land use designation to the medium-high density designation. Chair Antunes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Bedstead?
No.
Commissioner Hatcher?
No.
Commissioner Hebert?
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
I make a motion to recommend to City Council deny a request to amend the land use element.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hatcher, second by Commissioner Bedstead, to adopt a resolution recommending that the council deny the land use amendment. Commissioner Hatcher?
Yes.
Commissioner Bedstead?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle?
No.
Commissioner Hebert?
Yes.
Commissioner Antunes? Chair Antunes,
No.
Motion passes 3-2, adopting a resolution recommending denial of the land use GPA.
Okay. Consider approval, resolution 23, R 2021-009, a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a request to pre-zone property within the development area, approximately 77 acres, of the project site from the Fresno County AL 20 Zone District to the Clovis R1-PRD Zone District.
Second.
Was that a motion and a second? Okay. Motion by Chair Antuna, second by Commissioner Hinkle, to adopt a resolution recommending that the council approve a prezoning of the project site. Commissioner Antuna?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yes.
Commissioner Bedstead?
No.
Commissioner Hatcher?
No.
Commissioner Hebert?
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
I would like to recommend that the City Council deny a request to pre-zone property.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hatcher, second by Commissioner Hebert, to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council deny the prezoning. Motion by Commissioner Hatcher.
Yes.
Second, Commissioner Hebert.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle.
No.
Commissioner Bedstead.
Yes.
Chair Antuna.
No.
Motion passes 3-2, having the effect of adopting a resolution recommending that the City Council deny the prezoning.
Okay, we still need to do them individually, right, the last two?
Yes.
Okay. Second. Okay, consider approval, Resolution 23, TM 6205, a request to approve a vesting tentative tract map for the 605-lot single-family planned residential development subject to the City Council approval of the annexation and sphere of influence expansion.
Second.
Second was by Commissioner Hinkle, I'm sorry. Thank you. Motion by Chair Antuna, second by Commissioner Hinkle, to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve tract map 6205. Chair Antuna.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle.
Yes.
Commissioner Bedstead.
No.
Commissioner Hatcher.
No.
Commissioner Hebert.
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
I make a motion to deny a vesting tentative tract map for 605-lot single-family planned residential development.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Hatcher, second by Commissioner Hebert, to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council deny tract map 6205. Commissioner Hatcher.
Yes.
Commissioner Hebert.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle.
No.
Commissioner Bedstead.
Yes.
Chair Antuna.
No.
Motion is approved 3-2, having the effect of adopting a resolution recommending that the council deny tract map 6205.
Consider approval resolution 23 PDP 2021-004, a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a request to approve a planned development permit for the 605-lot single-family residential development.
Second.
Motion by Chair Antuna, second by Commissioner Hinkle, to adopt a resolution recommending that the council approve a planned development permit for the project. Chair Antuna.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle.
Yes.
Commissioner Bedstead.
No.
Commissioner Hatcher.
No.
Commissioner Hebert.
No.
Motion fails 3-2.
I make a motion or resolution recommending that City Council deny a request to approve a planned development permit.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Hatcher, second by Commissioner Bedstead, to adopt a resolution recommending that the council deny a planned development permit for the project. Commissioner Hatcher.
Yes.
Commissioner Bedstead.
Yes.
Commissioner Hebert.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinkle,
No.
Chair Antuna.
No.
Motion is approved, 3-2, adopting a resolution recommending that the city council deny the plan development permit.
I hope they don't come back in June with 800 homes, because they're going to be able to do that.
Mr. Secretary, do we have any administrative items? Very good. Then, on that note, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 10 o'clock until the next planning commission scheduled for December 14th, 2023. You said 9, I said probably 11. Neither one of us were right.